the days. It has been a great pleasure and privilege to host the ERA chair and to have benefited and support this scheme of the European Commission, the widening scheme of the European Commission. We've already, in addition to this ERA chair, we have another ERA chair in computational engineering. We have 2 twinning projects, one in energy, one in archaeological sciences, and we have also a big teaming project, which, I mean, in essence, it transformed the institute, and it is integrated with this ERA chair as well in climate change and our futures. So the I mean, you all know that how important solar energy is for these southern countries of the European Union. I mean, in Cyprus, we have 300 to 340 days a year, sunny days a year. So it's a pity not to take advantage of that in fulfilling the mission of the international mission, but more so the European Union's mission, which has now been even more determined in changing curbing gas emissions by 2050, not by 40% as it was previously, but now by 55%. And this is possibly based on the early successes, and we now know that we have at least 24% reduction in emissions from 1990. So in this mission, decarbonization is really essence, is the key, and identifying alternative sources of power or energy must be the goal everywhere. So I don't have much more to say, but to reiterate how important this is for the Cyprus Institute. And we have tried over the years to integrate the energy division with this ERA chair and with other activities like the twinning and other activities integrated into the not just the Cyprus Institute, but the national and the regional agenda of our mission as an institute. And I guess we will hear more from Professor Papanikolas, who was the PI of the project, and from Manuel and others. Manuel is the ERA chair, and others as well. I would be happy. I will be staying a few more minutes here. I have another meeting to attend in 15 or so minutes, but I will stay a little more if there's anything addressed to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Christofides. Now I give the floor to Colom Warin, that is the project officer of the European Commission that has been monitoring and helping us all the way. So, Colom.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Yes, good morning, everybody. Indeed, it has been my pleasure to be the project officer of CySTEM. I was also the project officer of Nestor that you just mentioned, Professor. And I must say that it has been a long time ago. I think it began in 2015 now, so we are at the end of Horizon 2020. I just wanted for this project, of course, but also for the others that you mentioned, the CIMEA, EMECARE, and Promised, the new twinning, teaming, and ERA chair that are still running. A few of the big expectations that the European Commission has for such projects. As you know, it is a very competitive call. I talk about ERA chair. Even teaming is even worse. It's something like 13% success rate, as you know. So it means that the proposal goes through a very, very tough selection. And after that, there is the implementation, which sometimes it's even more difficult. And we have seen at the European Commission, because now we have quite 5 years to look at all the projects, not only yours, some of the difficulties of ERA chair. I must say that ERA chair is a very particular scheme, the way we have thought of it. it was the idea of attracting another person, which is a high-level researcher coming from a total different country, total different culture, to enter your institute, and not only to be the head of a research team, which is quite classical, I mean, in an institute, but also, at least it was our ambition, to do some institutional change. I know, because I went twice to Cyprus, as you know, I know that the Cyprus Institute is quite different from, for example, a very old university that existed for ages. And indeed, you had already quite this dynamism and all these, I would say, procurement procedures that were faster than a lot of other, I say old institute with all, I mean, I studied at the Sorbonne, I mean, I say that with all respect, of course, but indeed, it's sometimes easier in terms of research when you are from a smaller and I would say as well a younger institute like yours. But still, there are things that are difficult to do. I think we can say today, because now, I mean, everything goes smoothly, that the recruitment of the research team took much more time than expected, and you're not the only one in the case, but of course, it delays a bit sometimes the implementation of the research. I know as well that one point which was criticized among this ERA chair scheme was the fact that we were not giving some seed money for research at the start. And I know it was an issue because sometimes you first have to research to recruit the research team, and then you have also to do bids at national level, at regional level, and even at international level to get some money to make the team work. And this is an issue. And indeed, in Horizon Europe, the good news is that ERA chair teaming and twinning will continue. That's the good news. And for ERA chair, we decided to put some seed money at the start in order to make this project start smoother and quicker. So that's the first thing. Another thing that we have seen, which was not easy to do, is indeed, and this is the key aspect of this call, the recruitment of the ERA shareholder. So Manuel, I'm happy because you have been recruited and you stayed along the whole project, which is indeed what we want in such a project. It was not the case for all projects. Of course, some ERA shareholders quit and things like that. So we had some difficulties. So it's attracting, of course, the best and retaining the best. So that's an issue. In Horizon Europe, what we decided to do in order to make also that quicker and also more stable in terms of the recruitment, to have already identify the ERA shareholder at the level of the proposal. And okay, it's a big reflection. As you know, I mean, because you went to Brussels when we could travel at that time several times, we did also each year what we call the widening days to get also your information about what is difficult, even if all the research topics are totally different from one project from another one, which we want, of course. Some concerns, some challenges are the same. So that's the other one. And now I would say also another big aspect of ERA chair for us is the fact that it has to raise the visibility of the institute at the international level and to be more competitive. So to belong to new partnerships. In widening, you did it very well, and I hope and I know for teaming, for example, with the structural funds, to have also other sources of funding that can be not only Horizon 2020 or now Horizon Europe, but also national, regional, and that's also what we want, and I think you did it very well. Now, what is very important, and I can tell you we have an audit at the moment on ERA chair and teaming, it's from the Court of Auditors. So what is very important for us is to get the impact of such proposals. And why I say that, because I know you have a lot of things to do, and sometimes when I say, okay, KPIs, impact, and I have been tough on that, I know, Manuel and Costas, but it is because we are constantly, this is something that is constantly asked by a hierarchy, even more at the end of a program like now. So we have the Court of Auditors, then we have the European Parliament, where we have to bargain a budget, simply speaking. And if we don't show that all this money that we gave to widening countries is worth doing, and it has really done an impact in terms of publications, in terms of visibility, in terms of recruitment, in terms of research boost, of course, at the end, then we have a problem. So that's why I would insist now, because have the chance to be in front of all of you in the final report of CySTEM, that you really insist on these KPIs, the impact, the boost in research, of course, at the human resources level, but at the publications level, and what's next, you know. I know this name is frightening, but this word, so is frightening, sustainability. We want to think that after 6 years, 5 years, you know, for Manuel, in a project, what has changed in the institute thanks to CySTEM, and what will be done next. In a nutshell, that's what I wanted to say on the part of the European Commission. I know in terms of research, I have nothing to add, and you are the specialist for me. What is very important is to get exactly the impact and the sustainability of ERA-Chair, although I know that there are plenty of other promising projects, and this is a good news for Cyprus and for the Cyprus Institute, of course. That's what I wanted to share with you this morning.
Thank you very much, Colombe, for your words. Well, I hope that you will see in this today in the webinar that we started the webinar and with the technical presentation addressing the impact, and that I think that we will also, I think you will be pleased to see what we have, the impact that we have achieved. So thank you very much, and without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Papanikolas, who is the principal investigator and the person who put forward the proposal and got the ERA-Chair and brought me here. So Professor Papanikolas, the floor is yours.
Does my screen show?
Not yet, at least not in my computer.
No?
Now it does. Now it does.
Okay. Dear Colombe, nice to interact once again. Dear colleagues, it's a really pleasure to have this presentation, which marks the in a way, the ending of this project. It's been a long 5 years, also in some respects very short. And in this presentation that I'll do now, I'll focus, correctly pointed out by Colombe, that impact is the key word. After all, we do this to have impact. And I would like to even emphasize more the impact to come than the impact that has already been achieved. And I would also like to highlight, like our president did, how important in this bundle of programs that includes the teaming, the ERA-Chairs, and of course the entire ecosystem that this brings together. So the ERA-Chair should not be seen in isolation. The Institute benefited greatly, and the prospects of it doing much better and very well in a regional and European setting is to a considerable degree due to this generous support we have received from the European Union, and we're really grateful for it. I'll briefly look at the timeline, look at the division growth. I will emphasize the facilities because facilities are really anchoring the achievements that have been done, but also the impact for the future. And I will finish with the vision for the future. I would like to say that yes, all these programs in widening have been very, very beneficial to the Institute and to Cyprus, but as far as the Cyprus Institute is concerned, some issues that were presented in other organizations, and Colomb already alluded to it, like the startup funds or funds to match in terms of infrastructures to match the system or the ERA chair funding, which does not really allow for infrastructural developments, have been generously matched by the Institute out of its small budget, because we attribute such a big importance to matching the generous support that is given through the ERA chairs in terms of personnel with infrastructural developments, and this really this works in a synergy to achieve a lot more than with each one individually. The energy division in the Cyprus Institute, part of the energy environment, the research center, which when it started, it included the big activity in climate research, which now has fusioned and is a new center, the KRC, because of the big awards we got, including, of course, coming from widening. The system has been key in elevating the capabilities of the energy division, together with the twinning program Nestor, which we had the benefit of having the same oversight from Brussels. And that worked very well, because for us at least, I hope also for Brussels as well, because they are intimately intertwined towards achieving the same goals. The timeline that you see here, yes, it started in 2015. It was a big year for the energy division that year, for reasons I'll explain also a little bit later. Around in 2016, and yes, it was a struggle to try to meet the deadline to find a world leader in the field. We did. We were very proud after a very, very difficult period in a short timeline to achieve this goal. We convinced Manuel to move from Australia, and this is the second red line showing the arrival of Manuel. And then things take on, and we're now at the third red line, which shows the where we are now. Actually, you'll say it's beyond the timeline. Yes, it's because we have extended the program by which was supposed to end in May for another 6 months. So that's why the finishing line is beyond the projected end of the project. Let me move on. So what happened in these 5 years? Actually, 15 was a big year. It was the year that the Proteas facility was inaugurated in a big way by the President of the Republic, by the Commissioner Moedas coming for the inauguration. So it marked really the entry of the energy division of the Cyprus Institute into the international arena, recognized as a major facility. At the same year, just a few months apart, of course, CySTEM was starting, September 15. Proteas was inaugurated a month later, and we have already submitted the Nestor proposal, which started a year later in April, in November of 2016. So basically within a year, fall of 15 to fall of 16, we had this bundle, and including a few other programs, national and international, that really started this phase of expanding the small at that time energy division to become a regional and European entity. 5 years later, I think we can take pride that we have achieved that, and we are entering a new phase now in trying to achieve the impact that we really wanted to and we want to have, and it's coming at a very opportune time as decarbonization now is priority number one in not only the European Union, worldwide, even now in the United States, which was a problem for the past few years, and also impacted our somewhat our research, given that the energy division really started in collaboration with the United States, MIT, and that had some delays. In January 17, we started restructuring the energy, because of the growth, the energy division into three subdivisions: the energy and desalination unit, the SET unit. January 17, we gave autonomy to the sustainable environment and built basically environment and efficiency. And later on, right now, we have launched, and it's very productive and particularly useful in this new era now of decarbonization, the energy planning and analysis group. These three groups, subdivisions, are working. They're not really separated. They have their their autonomy, but each one depends on each other to achieve this goal. Let me go. So, Protea serial view, this is how it looked in 2015. Since then, we have been allotted a significant increase on the boundary, where it says technology park. Our boundary has been extended to accommodate more facilities, and we need it, as you'll see. And right now, it looks a lot more bigger than that. It's unique I believe it's unique even in the world. It's the only solar facility that it's also addressing solar desalination, which is emerging as a key topic. And as you can see, the location next to the sea is designed to address this. Other facilities that were inaugurated after the beginning of Nestor and related to it is the linear Fresnel facility. This is actually unique in its own right because it's a designed Fresnel facility for built environment. It's to be installed in cities, in a built environment, not out in the desert, not out in the fields, to heat and cool and climatize and provide resources to big buildings like hospitals, schools, industrial installations. Okay, let's go a little bit to see the division growth. As I said, we are embedded into the Energy, Environment and Water Research Center. Which now includes one more center than when we started, is the Climate and Atmosphere, the KRC Research Center. The interaction with it is very strong, and because It addresses climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. And the way to mitigate is to decarbonize. Is the cause of climate change and all the evils it brought about is because of the way we produce energy, and the way we'll cure it is by changing the way we produce energy. So these two activities in the Institute match and enhance each other. The energy, as I said, is now structured in three subdivisions or groups: the solar energy and desalination group, the built environment group, and energy and policy analysis group. Is the second, I believe, largest division in the Institute or grouping following the atmospheric sciences. We're pursuing solar harvesting. This is the core, if you want, of the business. This is realized at Prodeas and at the Fresnel Technologies. We design hardware, some of it very advanced, like solar energy receivers. We design and implement thermal storage, one of the key challenges of energy storage of the 21st century. We address solar desalination, which is probably more important in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean than generation of electricity, which is the primary, of course, goal worldwide of solar energy. But solar desalination has particular importance in this part of the world. And of course, modeling everything from hardware to the economy. And as you can see now, the portfolio is all-encompassing every aspect of from energy policy to hardware. So we see here both a vertical and horizontal integration has now been achieved. Facilities, we attach particularly important importance to facilities. I will say that, yes, we started with a bang. You see here the 2015 inauguration. You see here the President of the Republic, Commissioner Vasiliou, Commissioner Moedas at the inauguration ceremony. Is still state-of-the-art, defining state-of-the-art actually in every component of it, from the heliostats to the receiver, and now to the smart grid that we're embedding this facility to make Prodeas an autonomous with a smart grid facility, including other modalities of renewable energy generations complementary to CSP. PV has already been integrated. We're about to integrate wind, and we're planning in the future biomass. This is the now looking at the future. This is where we started. Actually, this is already published in 2012, a very modern concept. If we judge that only now, this year, the European Union had a very big call for exactly on this topic, how to advance concentrated solar power, desalinated seawater. We advocated this in 2012, and is part of the Prodeas, and this is actually what started Prodeas. This concept has been enlarged, should be 2020 concept, it says 12, but it's still there, which you see has been expanded to be feeding not only from CSP, but from biomass, photovoltaics, wind, and to be polygenerating, not only desalinated water, but also as originally planned electricity, but also industrial process heat, very important for decarbonizing industry, and heat and cooling, which is very important for the built environment decarbonizing the cities. So how would it look? This is how it looked when we started. No, this is how it will look when we finish. You see, it will be an autonomous environment with renewable technologies centered around Proteas and solar and thermal, but in cooperation with PV, wind, and biomass. And it is a very advanced, forward-looking, and here is sustainability coming in for research and innovation for decarbonizing Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East region. So that's how it looked before. You see, it looked very rich when we started. It looks very modern, far richer, and forward-looking in the future. So let's, I'll go through the various facilities very quickly. Many of them, which I don't have time to go through. So we have lots of facilities from in every respect of CSP and beyond. You see here the built environment facilities, which are focused on concentrated solar power to augment the decarbonization of the cities, which is it's something that's spun off in collaboration with policy on built environment, and CSP collaborates with them in a very meaningful way. Decarbonization. This is my last slide. The future, one word, decarbonization. So all this expansion, all these multifaceted attacks on the problem, from technology, how to build more efficient receivers, all the way to integrating this into policy. We take pride. We are now advising the government of Cyprus and beyond, the regional governments, how to implement these technologies to decarbonize. This is the way to maximize impact. These technologies, which we have advanced, and where the ERA plays such a big role, will not have the impact that they could if we didn't go all the way to explain in detail through modeling, actually, economic modeling in this case, how they integrate into national plans and regional plans and European plans for decarbonization. So all this has been, to a large degree, possible because of the tremendous aid we got from the widening program, and in this particular case, from the CySTEM, and I have to say the Nestor projects. Thank you very much, Colum. I hope you can share our feeling of being proud of what has been achieved and share our hope for maximizing impact in decarbonization in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Papanikolas. I think, Colum, as you said, Professor Papanikolas has been addressing the point that you were more interested, the sustainability for the future. And in the next presentation, we are going to be discussing the impact for the present impact and how this impact has prepared the future. And then we will go into more technical details later. I don't know if you want to say something. Yes. Yeah,
Manuel, if there are any clarifications, I try to give an overview of the overall. Of course, many of these aspects, especially the facilities and the research programs, on purpose, I went just very fast, because we didn't have time, but there will be specific targeted talks on each one of these topics. I mean, clearly,
this is clearly
purpose is, but I wanted to give this overview. It's really putting it together it was really amazing to see. We have something like 8 specific targeted facilities, which it's unique in the Middle East. There is nothing west of Italy that comes close to what we have here, and it's probably it's well known. And let me say, Cyprus is leading a presidential initiative for to climate change for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. 18 countries are in this initiative, and one of the task forces is decarbonization of the area. Proteas, all these infrastructures, Fresnel, the build environment, the policy are going to be and will continue to be a key pillar for the strategy of decarbonizing not only Cyprus but the entire region. So it's very ambitious. 2015 was an ambitious undertaking. I think we can be even more ambitious now, given the I would say the success we had in expanding the scope of the energy program. I don't know if there are any questions. Yes.
Well, let me add that we have tomorrow and the next 2 days we have a conference of CSP for climate, the second conference that on this topic, and we have been pioneering in promoting the relation between the concentrating solar power technologies and climate change. We also managed to have this some session about this in Solar Paces, and I think that we are consolidating this idea that CSP has to play a big role also in the climate change. I think that Professor Christofides, I don't know how long you have.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel. It's not a question really, it's a comment or something there for thinking. I mean, obviously the big challenge, and this is what both Colom and Costas have highlighted, is sustainability. What do we do with this investment that either financial investment or human resources investment that we all put there, or even scientific investment that we did. And it's a great challenge. It's the big question of the days, right? And we see how the world is changing these days, and that we cannot really program, we cannot really schedule because of the changes that are happening. Whether these are, Brexit, or I mean for some, or whether political changes, or whether it's a pandemic, or one and the other. But obviously, internally, either within the Division of Energy or the Cyprus Institute as a whole, we have done our plans, or we are making our plans for being sustainable to take these investments further. I wanted to see whether such a questioning exists at the European Commission level. You made an investment, the countries of the European Union have made an investment through each of the programs. How do we make sure that these investments are sustainable?
Is it a rhetorical question? Is it addressed to Colom or to me? I'm not sure.
It's rhetoric. I guess it's rhetoric. I mean, if anyone wants to answer, I will be glad to hear. But it's mostly rhetoric because I don't really see the plan there. I mean, there are plans, but I don't see them being, long-term plans. But anyway, I mean, if there is any answer, yeah, I'll be glad to hear.
I don't know, Professor, if it's rhetorical. I think for me, it's the key question for any European project, of course, because as I just explained, the people that are judging us, that are giving us the money, which are the Council and the Parliament, they are not coming, unfortunately, to Cyprus or not attending this seminar and things like that. So the only way that we can channel what's happening with this citizens' money, because it's citizens' money at the end, and we know how difficult it is nowadays regarding budget, in one sense, and the citizens' trust to science, trust to politics. So it's a whole system. So the only way is indeed to explain. I think you did very well, Costa. So what I heard there. But of course, these people, they want at the end figures. They are something easy to read, something easy to understand. They won't spend a day today, or so I need in the final report some statistics, in fact, was quantitative, showing I don't know, I just give examples. I mean, the level of publication, the citations of publications, the numbers of seminars or the conferences where CySTEM was presented at the international level, where because there are two aspects. There is, of course, the growing of research within the institute, within the regional level that you explained very well, Kostas. But there is as well all the growing of the institute at the international level, and the way I hope that the Cyprus Institute could, and because this is a key aspect of Horizon Europe, could be part of Horizon Europe outside widening. This would be for me the greatest success, not to stay in widening, but to be there in this challenge cluster 6, cluster 5 of Horizon Europe, where there are plenty of fantastic calls, totally suited for, the department of the department that you just presented. That's it. I think I know it looks a bit bureaucratic sometimes and a bit okay, this is not totally part of my job, but I know you are doing that. You have also a proper how can I call that? It's not a group or a department or a proper place where how is it called again? RIMSA, I think, within the institute, where you know very well what are the European projects, and I think you should also develop all this feedback of projects. For me, for this I don't know if it's the aim or is it just for launching projects, but I think for me it's launching and impact. That's the two folds of the same coin.
If I may, Colomb, 2 points. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Widening, it's great, but in a way, it's restricted. You don't compete with top performers. However, Cyprus Institute, I don't know if you are aware of this, is doing 8 times better, not 80%, 8 times better in competitive funds in Horizon 2020 per researcher, 8 times better than the average European researcher. Are you aware of that?
No. Right.
8 times. So we are really outperforming the average German, the average French, the average European by 8 times. So this investment from the European Union got us to where you wanted us to be. We're internationally competitive.
Okay, I was wondering, because this is not an aspect that you covered in your presentation. In Proteas and in Fresnel, are you also welcoming researchers from other countries?
Let me.
Okay.
It's a policy of the institute. Maybe George can expand on it, but it has been from the very beginning the policy of the institute that all our infrastructures are open to all researchers, not only in Cyprus, of the world actually, on merit. In other words, they compete on equal basis for access on merit. And we do, it's part of our mission actually, our board insists on that, our facilities are open to the entire European and actually international community on merit. In this particular, Proteas actually, and probably Manuel will say more about it, we are part of Sfera. Both Fresnel and Proteas and all the energy facilities, actually, the heliostat testing facility, the energy storage facility, are funded by the European Union through the SFERA project for access by European researchers. But our high performance computing, which is related to the other ERA chair, has from the very beginning been open to international community. Our drone facility is receiving researchers from Europe, all the way from Finland to Norway, from the United States, from even Australia. But this is a policy that I know our new president is very, not only endorsing, keen to enlarge. Maybe, George, you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't have much to say beyond what you said, Costa. I mean, just to complement what you said, really, that all our facilities, either those, the existing ones, or those in the making, are open to the national community, I mean, the local community, but also to the European international community. We have this very high in our mission to act as the regional hub for the European Union in the Middle East, in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Middle East. And we are putting priority to that. Obviously, everything is on merit, as Costa was saying. But we are open and we are welcoming people to use our facilities. Obviously, being in this part of Europe, a bit distant from the rest, I mean, the corner of Europe is not the most ideal environment in some cases, especially when there are problems like problems that we have now at the moment with the traveling. Yeah, I mean, we are really happy to say, I mean, maybe I will change a little bit the comment that Kostas made about the 8 times more than the average European institution. And I would say that with simple numbers, and because of that, Colin, you said you need simple figures, and the simple figure is the Cyprus Institute per capita, per researcher, is the top performer in Cyprus, and Cyprus is the top performer in the European Union. So possibly you could just deduce that Cyprus Institute is the top of the top, essentially. And this is a real number, I mean, a real statistic. So yeah, I think that in terms of impact, it has a big impact. My question, coming back to that, again, rhetoric, is how can we make this sustainable? And this is the big challenge for all of us.
Yeah, thank you. I have, well, in following this, yeah, we are part of SFERA. We managed to be this year, within the framework of CySTEM. We apply, and for the first time, we are part of the SFERA 3. And this is, I think, is a very good thing. And at the same time, we are also part of the ERA joint research program for CSP. And one of the things that we are right now is in the battle to try to get more support of the European Commission for concentrating solar power and in general for solar energy. Our feeling is that the Green Deal and other things that are happening there are promoting too much the interest of let's say, to me, the solar in general should be one of the main technologies that of Europe, and it's very important for the southern European countries. And right now, my feeling is that this is not exactly the case, and we are also fighting on that because that will also affect our capability to sustainability, etc. Because we're developing technologies that are relevant, and they're relevant at the world level. And this is something that also Europe should acknowledge. It's not, you cannot just solve the problem of Europe by promoting the technologies that may be of interest for some countries of Europe. You need to promote the technologies that are of interest for Europe, and also that Europe can export to the whole world. And solar is the main renewable energy ever, and I can send you the figures if you want, but this is the case. You don't mind, I think that we can go into the impact with Michael Papadopoulou that is going to talk about RIMS, and then I will talk about the impact, the scientific impact, with also giving all the figures that you were asking, because we have we can show with figures that we have a substantial impact on the Solar Energy and Generation Group and the Cyprus Institute at large. So, Michael. We see the presentation, but okay, now in presentation mode. Perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you very much. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
Right, so just to add another interesting statistic to the ones that I already mentioned before, the Cyprus Institute is multiple times better in terms of return of investment from governmental funds return. So Colomb, all these KPIs, as you correctly mentioned, are recorded on a regular basis. They are presented on an annual basis to the Institute, to the board. And yes, we are collecting them, and you will have a lot of convincing KPIs to use from the report of the CySTEM project. So to start off, I will take a bit in a parallel universe. Professor Papanicolaou presented very nicely all the technical impact and the infrastructure of CySTEM. I will take in another dimension which has to do with the redesigning of the research support structure. And I will try to link this and show why this is as important, or maybe almost as important as the presentation that will follow. Let me start off by highlighting the fact that the importance of supporting researchers in aspects not related to science itself has been widely recognized globally. Some of the most successful research institutions worldwide acknowledge that research excellence is, of course, attributed to their top-tier researchers, but this could not have been made possible unless the researchers were embedded in an environment with appropriate support functions to allow them to focus on their work, on what they're good at doing. And although at first one may think that, okay, we're just talking about some simple secretarial support, it's actually much more, and research support goes far beyond that. As nicely put by the World University Ranking, after interviewing some of the most successful institutions globally, addressing, of course, researchers, do your thing, we'll do the details. So research management managers and administrators, or RMAs, which is the term which has been established for describing the role of people whose business is to actively support researchers in non-scientific aspects, are required to perform a series of activities which are diverse in nature and at the same time require some unique skills. Such activities include identifying funding opportunities, preparing research proposals, which nowadays have to be of sufficiently high quality in order to excel in the very competitive environment that we're all competing within, negotiating legal agreements, keeping track of deliverables, milestones, budgets, and a series of other project-related administration activities. Now, there do exist some trainings and postgraduate studies for RMAs which focus on the development of skills which are required to perform these activities, which skills are not offered collectively by any graduate program, as research managers and administrators is at least not yet a recognized profession. These include a mixture of soft skills, such as negotiation skills, setting priorities, oral and written communication, project management skills, etc., but also knowledge on rules and legislation on a variety of aspects, such as contracts, intellectual property, labor law, and so on. Successful institutions utilize empowered research support officers to help researchers throughout the scientific project lifecycle, from accessing grants and crafting proposals all the way to the administrative and financial management of the grants and the final audits. These officers are in essence one-stop shops which minimize bureaucracy for the researchers and allow them to focus on excellent science while reassuring them that they will have all the support they need at the time that it is needed. Of course, the ERA-Chair program itself recognizes as one of its main objectives to facilitate the acquisition of not only high-quality researchers, but also competent managers to be embedded in the ERA-Chair team, and of course, the implementation of required structural changes in order to accommodate such functions. This could not have been different for the CySTEM project, where the need for a solid and efficient research support structure at the Cyprus Institute was also recognized. And already at the time of writing the CySTEM proposal back in 2014, the intention and commitment of the Institute to support the ERA-Chair through the creation of such a structure was already included as part of the proposal and our commitments towards the European Commission. The aim was to assign support to experienced coordinators already working at the Cyprus Institute that would be able to actively help the ERA-Chair from day one. And once the ERA-Chair was in place, to recruit and embed in the aforementioned structure a dedicated coordinator and administrative support within the existing structures of the Institute. Now, before the initiation of CySTEM, the research support function was rigidly connected to the Institute's units. So each center and large division had a number of embedded scientific coordinators who were in principle recruited individually and managed independently by Cyprus Institute faculty members. The scientific coordinators were devoted to supporting the unit's activities through the entire research project's life cycle, starting from the identification of funding schemes, writing and submitting proposals, negotiating grants, administrative and financial management of projects, reporting, auditing, and the list goes on. The institutional body which existed then was the Office of Sponsored Programs and Research, or OSPR, as it is abbreviated, which provided guidance and support in writing of strategically important research proposals at CYI level. That was the unit that contributed greatly also to the proposal of the CySTEM project. Also, the office provided ad hoc support to the scientific coordinators in times of work overload. This unidirectional support structure, where support was provided from the OSPR to the centers, served its purpose at its time, but given the fact that there was limited interaction between the scientific coordinators, flow of information and sharing of best practices and expertise was hindered. Furthermore, the ever-increasing funding schemes in which the Institute was involved required for more effective knowledge transfer mechanisms to be put in place. As part of the structural reform, which was foreseen in the CySTEM project, the design and establishment of the newly formed Research and Innovation Management and Support Office, or RIMS, as it is currently abbreviated, was finalized in May 2016. The establishment of RIMS was actually defined as milestone number 2 in the CySTEM grant, and was due in month 18 of the project. whereas the reform was already completed and reported in the first annual report of CySTEM. Now, the overarching aim of the new setup was to enhance and develop the services provided by the scientific coordinators to the research community, which would be made possible through the teaming of the scientific coordinators and by organizing the research and innovation support system in a way that it would maximize the added value. The new setup would also respond to the system requirement for the provision of institutional support to the ERA chair already from his arrival, capitalizing on the Institute's existing personnel and expertise. It is characteristic that at the early days of CySTEM, both the scientific coordinator of the energy division as well as the head of RIM's office had contributed significant amount of their time for preparing the grounds for the arrival of the ERA chair. And also, the scientific coordinator was fully assigned to CySTEM already before the arrival of the ERA chair. The mission of this newly formed RIM's office, which was also reflected in the revised terms of reference for the scientific coordinators, was to assume the role of institutional contact point for specific funding schemes and actions, to contribute in authoring institutional research proposals, to collect data of research output and research activities, present tailored topics of research support to the research community, propose, collect data and analyze key performance indicators, to establish training sessions among the scientific coordinators for sharing experience and expertise, manage intellectual property and seek for innovation potential, and liaise with national and European authorities on issues related to funded projects. To facilitate the mission of RIMS, a number of tools have been established. These include the establishment of a formal communication and coordination mechanism to allow the exchange of know-how and capitalize on the ever-growing experience of the scientific coordinators, including periodic meetings of the scientific coordinators and project officers, the frequency of which is being defined according to the identified needs and ranges from weekly to monthly. At that time, frequent RIMS meetings in coordination with the Institute's account office were required. When a recent change was made, for example, by the National Funding Authority in its reporting tools. So we managed to quickly identify and solve the issues faced, as these were common to a number of scientific coordinators who were managing projects funded by the National Research Innovation Foundation and approaching their reporting deadlines. Furthermore, the homogeneity among the scientific coordinators was facilitated through a common definition of what is a scientific coordinator, reflected also in the terms of reference and their roles. The homogeneity ensured that people who are contributed to the management and administration and supporting of research projects speak the same language and have certain minimum skills. What concerns the coordinated development of the scientific coordinators, this was made possible through an organized schedule of trainings and the implementation of in-house trainings on various key competences. Just to mention a few, project management professional by the Project Management Institute, commercialization and technology transfer and IP landscaping and management by Oxentia were just some of the key training courses which were organized and took place in-house. In total, more than 30 trainings have been attended by RIMS members, and the content and material has been made available to the Institute's community. The full list of attended trainings has been already included in System Deliverable 4.2, which was recently submitted. Finally, a number of tools have been designed and implemented on an institute level to facilitate the research support function. As examples, I could mention the time management system, which has been a custom development allowing institute-wide planning and monitoring of human resources according to the needs of projects. The Cyprus Institute Knowledge Bank, an online open access repository, enabling the data generated by our researchers to be used according to the FAIR principles, that is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. The RIMS data repository, an online space where information related to researcher, managers, and administrators is included, such as best practices, training material, templates, and so on. And the use of the Atlantean Confluence team workspace facilitated the collaboration of researchers in several cases and proven extremely useful, especially when preparing research proposals. Following the establishment of the RIMS office and having innovation among its core mandates, the Cyprus Institute entered into a knowledge exploitation agreement with Oxford University Innovation Limited, later named Oxentia. The contract included two main services, which have been the scanning and identification of Cyprus Institute research results with potential for innovation and commercial exploitation, whereas at the same time, Oxentia would provide guidance and support in terms of the next institute development steps on promoting and managing innovation through a dedicated innovation management function. This resulted in another important structural change performed during the implementation of CySTEM, which has been the establishment of the Office of Research and Entrepreneurship. The office was established in October 2019 and is now the focal point for scouting promising ideas, know-how with commercialization potential, and assisting in their exploitation through a variety of mechanisms. The office, although collaborates closely with the RIMS, is independent in terms of activities and its support to the Cyprus Institute units. Just to mention that in the first year of its activity, it focused on developing the entrepreneurial culture within the Institute, enhancing attitudes and capabilities in connecting research activities with societal challenges and matching our excellence in science with open innovation networks and technology transfer initiatives. On the operational point of view, the main function of this office is to promote idea generation, proof of concept, and market validation activities. In terms of research management and administration, a dedicated scientific coordinator who has been embedded in the RIM structure was assigned to CySTEM throughout the duration. And the advantages and flexibility of this revised structure were put to the test actually after the scientific coordinator who was allocated to CySTEM left the Cyprus Institute at a time where replacement was very difficult due to the limited time until the end of the project and the subsequent COVID-19 related measures. And at that time, it was decided that the research support would be taken care of by the coordinator of RIMS, who was then partly assigned to CySTEM to support it during its final stages and project closure activities. Now, currently, then building on the experience which has been gained through the implementation of the RIM structure and system, we are in the process of readjusting the current structure. The revised structure is schematically presented in the picture and aims to enhance the role of the scientific coordinators in each of the centers, who will be, of course, in close coordination through RIMS and the Director of Research and Technical Support. Furthermore, the intention is to move towards the specialization of research support personnel and differentiation between pre-award and post-award function as per current best practices. A combination of core and soft funded personnel will be available and allocated to the centers or units according to the needs at any given time. And at the same time, pre-award support, which is support in terms of proposal preparation, budgeting, and so on, will be distributed to the centers according to their needs and defined priorities. This structure has been based on the experience which has been gained through implementing it through the current structure and the CySTEM experience, and is in line with best practices and structures implemented by some of the most successful research institutions in Europe. And we are quite confident that this new structure will even further promote excellence in the Cyprus Institute research activities, and of course assist the ERA chair to further expand his research team and activities in the post-system era. I thank you for your attention, and of course, I'm willing to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I got the message from Colón that you have to leave now.
It's perfect. I had to leave at 10:15, so it's perfect. No, thank you very much, Michael. For me, it's exactly what I wanted to hear. And I remembered last time I visited this presentation of RIMS, which is now, I mean, bigger and stronger. So I think this is very good. And this is really what I am expecting to have in this final report, because all the information that I get, this is something I can then gather with my hierarchy. And thank you, Manuel, because I'm sorry I have to leave, but I will listen to your presentation afterwards later on tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And sorry, it would have been better to be in Cyprus, I'm sure, but in better times as well. But anyway, I'm happy to see that despite this catastrophe of the pandemic, things are going smoothly, and that the end of the project will be fine. And then I want to know also what will happen with Manuel. Are you staying in Cyprus, or what's happening? I
love the institution and I have a permanent position, so it's up to the bosses. But in principle, my understanding is to be.
Okay, fantastic. This is also part of sustainability, as we say, so that's fine. Okay, nice to. I will see you in a few months, and when we discuss the final report, I think it will be online. Unfortunately, things are still on that trend. But I wish you all the best. I don't want to be too long, because I know you have a lot on the agenda today. All the best, and have a nice day, and happy to see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, Colón.
Bye-bye.
So then I'm going to move. You see my screen, because this is a little, I don't see my, do you see the screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about the scientific impact of the share, but in very general terms, because you will have later you will have later the technical presentation about the different aspects that we have been dealing with. So I'm going to first go into the core of the chair. The purpose of the chair is to bring a person, as Colón was saying, that has experience coming from another institutions and from another country, another culture. And well, you could see my CV here. I've been coming from many different places. I was the director of the Plataforma Solar de Almería, then and I was instrumental, and I was paying a role in the feed-in tariff that was put in Spain. And later, when I went to the United States, and then I went back to Spain exactly when the CSP was emerging again as a market in Spain, was the largest market in Europe, the largest action that happened. And I was fortunate that I was called, and I joined CENER, the National Renewable Energy Center of Spain, to, I participated almost in all. We created a group, and we participated almost in all the commercial projects in Spain, facilitating feasibility assessment, solar radiation products, etc., etc. So I'm not going to just also I have experience. They were talking about experience in management. I've experience in managing large projects. I came before arriving to Cyprus. I was the director of the Australia Solar Thermal Research Initiative. This budget that you see here is only for the first 4 years of the budget of the project. That is where I was staying there until the project passed the midterm review, and then I got a very interesting offer from the Cyprus Institute that I couldn't refuse, and I came here. So, but it was a huge project with 100 researchers, and it's still going, and it's still going very, very well. I also have been the chair of Solar Paces, that is the implementing agreement of the technology collaboration program of concentrated solar technologies of the International Energy Agency. I've been in this program or related to Solar Paces since the start of my career in the 1982. So 30 years ago, and I've been the chair of Solar Paces for 6 years, and now I am vice chair for the last 2 years. So we also this is the other big interesting or big important aspect of CySTEM is the team, and just you can see there. Oh, I am having some problem here with the screen, because I don't see the screen well, and I don't know what happened. So the team, the core team of CySTEM. The first person is Professor Papanikolaou, the principal investigator, and as you can see, is a very relevant researcher, and has been promoting the energy director, and is really a very important asset on the team. The next. Then we have these are the people that we hired through this hiring process that we discussed with Colomb before. Victor Grigoriev, that is an expert in optics and in computational in computing. Kypros Melidonis, as you can see there, is also is a mechanical engineer with a huge experience on his field. Konstantinos Staliotis has a PhD in energy and environmental system. And he is, you will see him presentation later, in the modeling of energy system in general, the high level. We have also Anastasia, that has been playing different roles, has been a research assistant, and he also has been the coordinator, partly the officer of CySTEM, participating also in RIM. So he has been helping the project in many different roles. And we have Marius Constantino, that is a computer science, and Sotia Sherepeti, is a physics mechanical engineer, and they have been also helping in the team. In addition to the core research team, we also have, as Professor Papanikolaou mentioned, we have extended because of the COVID, we have extended the project 6 months, and we wanted in these 6 months also to increase, because we were doing a lot of very relevant activities, to increase the impact of those activities, adding personnel to the project that were core personnel of the Cyprus Institute. You can see there Aristides Bonanos, assistant professor, Nestor Phylaktos, associate research scientist, Kostas Marakos, associate research scientist. You can see, you will have later the presentation, access to the excellent credentials. Alaric Montenon, also associate research scientist. Evgeny Bodyakos, Associate Research Scientist, and Mario Georgiou, that is the head of Proteas Operation Facility. That we will be, some of them they will be presenting later. And as I said, they said big. This is also a big boost to the project in the last part of the project that allow us to increase the impact, and you will see later. The scientific work program is one of the key components of the project of the system scheme. The idea is you bring an expert from another country, another institution, and then this expert also start hire some specific people to help in and developing a scientific work program in collaboration with the rest of the members already existing of the Solar Energy and Desalination Group. I have to say that has been mentioned before that the Cyprus Institute is peculiar in the sense of the widening institution, because one of the reasons that attracted me to the Cyprus Institute was not only the project, but also the modern concept of the institute. I think that is really an institute that has been planned and looking and is very well positioned for the future, and with the different research, different centers and possibilities of having interdisciplinary collaboration between the centers, a lot of possibilities, and also working on key subjects of the different specialties that they do. So we have the opportunity to create this scientific work program in collaboration with the rest of the researchers of the Solar Energy and Desalination Group, and also with the researchers and of the rest of researchers of the Cyprus Institute. Being an expert on concentrated solar thermal, the main goals of the scientific work program are related to concentrating solar thermal systems, and well, the idea was to position and to increase the capabilities of the group in this specific field of activity. We wanted to increase the specialization in the development of concepts, the design of solar receiver, the development of concepts for heat process application, the development of advanced technique for the characterization of solar radiation and other environmental conditions. And also, we will want to enhance the in-house capabilities for overall system modeling and analysis, basic and detailed design of solar receiver, prototyping of receiver, testing of prototypes, cost assessment and techno-economic feasibility studies. We also wanted to ensure that this Solar Energy and Desalination Group becomes a reference group at the international level. One big objective of the project was to increase the scientific productivity of the group, and to increase the linkage of the group at the international level, improve the existing solar research capabilities, enhance the local outreach, and enhance the knowledge and management practice. You have already seen in previous presentations some of this is, well, has been, many of these things that I am commenting here have been addressed and have been a success for the project. And I'm not going to go into the details because this will be the scope of the next presentations. But in the scientific work program, we have a series of actions or projects within the project that related to the enhancement of experimental capabilities, the expansion of those experimental capabilities, the development of open source scientific software to help us in increasing our capabilities in modeling, and also to help others and to have a more prominent role at the international level. And then to use this scientific software and other tools for modeling, analyzing, and design and optimization of concentrating solar systems and hybrid system or system that will incorporate not only solar energy but also other renewable energy technologies, and also not only the production of electricity but polygeneration and desalination, etc. And also something that is important is to have the capability to analyze the impact of all these new concepts that we want to promote at the overall energy system level. And for that, we also contributed to the establishment within the energy division of a group devoted specifically to this kind of analysis. And this will also be presented here, the contribution of CySTEM to these capabilities. And we mentioned later, and well, it was mentioned many times before, that sustainability activities, we did a lot of things to be sure that after the system, we have a strong group that can maintain itself for the future. One of the things that that within CySTEM I think we have achieved is substantial improvement of team collaboration practices. We use, as has been mentioned by Michael Papadopoulos before, several tools. One of the tools that we are making publicly available is all the ecosystem related to Atlassian's tools like Confluence for team management, like Jira, etc., etc. These are for sharing information between and coordinating action between the groups. Jira is for let's say task management, and to be sure that, and Overleaf, we are also using this in a very effective way to develop in group and to draft technical publication. And this has been also a success, the recent success of the use of these tools. Regarding the network, we have, well, by just measuring our capabilities, networking capabilities in terms of the institution which we are submitting proposal and the institution which we are drafting papers or collaborating in papers. You can see here the evolution from 2015 to 2020. The size of the bubble represents the increase on the contents and the between the institutions. If I'm not mistaken, the yellows are research centers. The blue are universities, and the green bubbles are about companies, private companies. So you see that we have substantially enhanced the network of the group, and we have also managed to get proposal in this period. And as you can see there have been proposals with different funding bodies and different administration. The most relevant one so far has been the participation in the Sphere 3 that has been also mentioned earlier. But we have, well, other proposals, and this total for revenues. This is the budget only for the Cyprus Institute of, well, almost 900,000 euros. One thing that is a complete success in terms of hard indicators is the effect that the system that SHARE project has had in enhancing the scientific production of the group. In the first year before the system and SHARE project, the Solar Energy and Desalination Group published this is peer-reviewed scientific articles, 14. We are not talking about the publication in conference. This is scientific peer-reviewed journals, 14 articles, and in the period from 2016 to 2020, so far for 41, but we're expecting 2 or 3 more to be produced this year, and this is, well, almost 3 times. We have increased by 3 times the scientific production of the group, and this is all for my side. I'm happy to answer any question that you may have. I don't see. Are there any questions? I don't hear, so I don't know if I have lost the connection.
We can still hear you, Manuel.
Okay, but I don't see. Okay, I have lost all the the communication, so I don't know if I have lost the. I don't see you. I don't see anything.
Really? No, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, but what I see, I have lost the screen with the screen where I see the speaker, etc. I don't know. And, okay. Then let's move to the next presentation. Is Dr. Kypros Mylidonis that is going to talk about the enhancement of experimental capabilities. Kypros, the floor is yours.
Yeah, let me try to share my screen. And number 2. Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Yes, we
Michele?
I recover
Okay.
the view of the participants.
Okay, so hello from me also. I'm going to move to a bit more technical presentation. I'm going to talk about the technical infrastructure development and experimental and testing capability enhancement, which we achieved within CySTEM. So as you understand, and also the previous people talk, we not only for us developing the technical infrastructure, so we're not only about developing the infrastructure, but also how this infrastructure can be easily expanded and adapted to address research needs for the foreseeable future, how to cope up with future projects, and how can we project this infrastructure that we built it abroad. So the development of the state-of-the-art of technical infrastructure, which was related actually to our enhancement of experimental testing, research and validation capabilities, is actually was not one of the major focus, and we have been targeting a lot on this aspect, because as you can see in the 4 points here, what we did was we tried to enhance to the highest possible level of experimental capabilities in current research areas of critical importance in the CSP field, but also at the same time we wanted to also enable the group to enter into new research areas of interest in the renewable energy and energy transition domains, such as the power generation system, solar chemistry, smart grids, advanced energy management, and forecasting technologies. And also, we wanted all these technical infrastructure to work synergistically with the parallel development of software tools. We think that we actually started developing within the project, as Professor Blacko will show, and Professor Victor Grigore will show later on. We aim to enable research on digital twinning technology and real-time smart control using artificial intelligence algorithms. Actually, these areas of digital twinning and artificial intelligence are expected to play an important role in the future of our energy system and the transition to it, and are expected to constitute the front lines of research in the renewable energy sector. And we are actually happy that we already started going to these areas, as you'll see later on. And in overall, we tried to build the infrastructure in order to prepare the solar energy desalination group for future developments and further enhancement of the infrastructure for the foreseeable horizon. As you might understand, because all of these are technical stuff, inevitably the planned activities were significantly affected by the first and the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic in Cyprus that initiated some health and safety measures that were imposed by the Republic of Cyprus in general. But we are very happy that we have managed to complete, let's say, at a 99% level of what we promised within the project. So, starting with the BSRN station for the Proteas facility. So for those of you that are not familiar with BSRN, BSRN stands for Baseline Surface Radiation Network, and it's a radiometric network initiated by the World Climate Program and the World Meteorological Organization in order to support climate research. And this network actually aims at providing validation of solar radiation and other meteorological data for satellite radiometry and climate models, while these readings are actually taken from a selected number of stations in contrasting climate zones. And we're very happy that we actually been able to define, design, and erect and establish this BSRN station at the Proteas facility, which is a major improvement and achievement for us. This BSRN station not only has impact for our research, but has international impact also, So for us, it's going to give us a platform for a high-end quality control and having procedures in the measurement techniques and in the quality assurance to provide to Protea's facility a real-time monitoring and test planning in terms of the operation. It enhances our testing capabilities by providing high-quality solar radiation and meteor data. It can assist in the forecasting of the time evolution of the solar radiation, which is very important for the operation of the plant. Not only for the solar energy dissemination group, the data will be utilized by other research centers, such as the KRC, the newly developed KRC Center of the Cyprus Institute. And also, of course, the data will be involved in diverse solar applications, such as cloud absorption modeling, forecasting of sky conditions, quality control, maintenance scheduling for our plant, and etc. So, as I said before, it's not only important for us, but has international impact because it enhances a lot the COI structure, taking into account that there is no other BSR in the nearby area. As you can see in the map, the closest station is more than 1,600 kilometers away from us. And actually, the BSRN community was very interested in having a station in Cyprus. The station can foster and develop international collaborations on projects related to climate modeling and forecasting. What you can see at the left side here, corner, right, let's say right top corner is the actual station there with all the high-end sensors actually mounted on the structure. And at the bottom right, you can see some aspects of the high-end data acquisition and actually database storing the data. This is actually the data infrastructure, the data architecture, and the technical, let's say, data acquisition tools. Actually, for those of you that don't know, it's getting it on BSRN is a very, very difficult task because, as you might understand, the BSRN community has set a very high standard for candidate stations for entering the BSRN. But we managed to present our candidacy. I presented the candidacy during the BSRN 2020 interim virtual workshop, 1st of October 2020, and we have successfully been accredited as BSRN candidates. And actually, we got 4.6 out of 5. We lost some points because due to the COVID situation, we couldn't actually submit the first batch of the measurements, but we're going to do it first of the incoming year. So, as I said before, for us, it's not just about building infrastructure, but it's about how to use the infrastructure in the future. So, for the foreseeable horizon, we are committed in the long-term operation and continuous upgrade of the station. We're actually hired a dedicated station of scientists. And of course, in the future, we want to utilize the data for, let's say, making medium and long-term predictions and future projections that can be used in the context of not only the national efforts, but as Professor Papanikolas said, in the ME region to exploit environmentally clean renewable energy sources. We also want to, we're entering into this area, actually, as I said before, we want to develop artificial intelligence algorithms for making speedy short-term weather predictions in order to use it in the operation of the CSP plants. And we want to test this at Protea's facility. And we also would like to use the data for assisting and supporting the Mediterranean and Middle East climate change initiative, as Professor Papanikolas mentioned before. We want to give scientific evidence that the extent of climate change and the severity of its consequences in the region significantly exceeds the global average. And we want to find, let's say, ways to ameliorate this issue, the CO2 carbon footprint. So I'm going to move to the flux measurement system of Protea's facility. Actually, this was also one of our major achievements. We wanted to build a state-of-the-art flag measurement testbed for the iStore receiver. Well, not only for the iStore, but it's going to be in general. We're going to use it in the future for other for iStore 2 that we are also designing, and for other projects. We envisioned the flag measurement testbed to be composed of 3 subsystems: a moving Lambertian target and a camera system, which is already designed and developed within system. This is the one that you see in the top left corner, and also a video of the operation of the flag measurement system. This is a drone video that we took. But apart from this, of this Lambertian target and camera system, we also want to include a Lambertian bar and camera system, which is going to be implemented in the very soon. And also, the third subsystem of the flag measurement testbed is the airborne radio and field characterization, which is actually, we're actually in the process of patenting. This patent was conceived within system when we had discussions about how to do state-of-the-art flag measurement systems, and the patent is now ongoing. For this facility, we actually built a very advanced real-time qualitative and quantitative flag measurement system based on machine vision techniques. I mean, the data acquisition and monitoring system is very advanced. Here is an image that you see from the testing of the facility. And as I said before, the research impact of this flag measurement system is of high importance for us, because it will give us detailed measurement of the flag distribution and the flag distribution of the incident solar radiation at the end of the receiver. We're going to be able to calculate accurately the receiver efficiency and quantify the spillage losses. And also, it will help us characterize the detailed geometry of the reflecting surfaces of the heliostat feed, that is the reflecting surface of the heliostats. And also, in the future, we want to use these enhanced capabilities of the facility in order to advance an entire international collaboration on topics related to the development of advanced flag measurement systems and of validation of optical and design analysis tools. So for the foreseeable horizon, as I mentioned before, we would like to, apart from implementing the moving Lambertian bar system, which is more or less an easy task for us now that we have installed most of the infrastructure there and the supporting structure for the bar. The other thing we want to do is to actually proceed with the airborne measurement system for radio and field characterization, which is under patenting, as I said before. And actually, we want to do this in order to assist in the design and development of light collection and concentrating systems, and for validating and keep repeatedly fine-tuning relevant software. As I said before, we want to make all this infrastructure in conjunction with the software development. We actually want to operate in real-time conjunction with a high-fidelity, let's say, real dynamic virtualization digital model, most commonly known as digital twinning technology. I cannot say more about this because it's already under patenting, so more to come on this system. Moving on to the Athalassa heliostat testing facility. The Athalassa heliostat testing facility has been in the institute for several years, but we wanted to provide an upgrade and an enhancement of this facility by designing, manufacturing, installing a dual-purpose target. We wanted to achieve a flat Lambertian target with a camera method to actually quantify, calculate quantitatively and quantitatively the flux measurement, measure the flux at the target, but also have implemented a pseudobolometer device, which is the target actually has an array of thermocouples behind it, which can actually get the temperature distribution on front of the target and more things. And also for this, we have designed and developed and implement a very advanced state-of-the-art data acquisition and control system with advanced measurement capabilities. Here we see some figures of the test of the fabrication of the target and the setting of the data acquisition system. The system can actually provide, apart from the flux measurement temperature distribution, has also the capabilities to provide information on heliostat aiming point tracking, signal conditioning and monitoring. Here you actually see the facility in action. This is actually, now we are measuring new heliostat, and this is the spot that it creates on the flat target. And here you can see the actual temperature distribution and the flag distribution on the target. This, the research impact for this is going to give us lots of capabilities, as you see here. I already mentioned the flag distribution and temperature distribution, but this is going to also give us capabilities of self-calibration methodologies for automatic offset correction for heliostat fields. We want to design algorithms to increase heliostat pointing accuracy and optimization of aiming point control strategies. We already did this, something like this. We already published a paper in Soil Energy Journal of a new algorithm with increased accuracy. And with this facility, we can actually assess the performance of new heliostat designs, and more specifically, adaptive optic systems that we want to pursue in the future. And in the foreseeable horizon, we want to implement a test in-house heliostat tracking mechanisms systems in order to have a high level of degree in monitoring of heliostat performance. So there's more to come also on this subject. So another significant infrastructure what we built within system is the airborne characterization of CSP specular surfaces. CSP is considered solar power. So within system, we actually developed two novel methods for accurate geometric characterization of specular surfaces. The first one is actually an airborne close-range image projection photogrammetry. We took advantage of the recent advances in the commercial drone technologies, and we transformed traditional photogrammetry into airborne, but with a projection from you use a projector, as you see in the schematic here. We use a projector to project a ridge in terms of patterns image on the surface of the heliostat, and then we have a drone, not a normal drone. It's a specifically designed drone. In order to, the drone flies in a predetermined flight path and acquires images of the projected image in order to reconstruct the surface of the mirror. Actually, here you see the test in action in the video. Of course, as you can see here, we tested several patterns to find out which is the best pattern works better for us. This method actually has a very high spatial resolution in terms of the surface reconstruction. It's very easy and fast to deploy and implement in the field when you compare to other photogrammetry techniques. Actually, this method is well established, has been successfully tested, is validated in the field. Here you can see some reconstructed heliostat mirror surfaces that we did during this experiment. And we are also drafting a paper, and we're going to submit this within the month. So the other method that I mentioned is also under patenting, and regards to an airborne characterization system using a single or a fleet of drones to be able to fully characterize the real geometry of any type of concentrated solar mirror. This is a very advanced state-of-the-art system because it doesn't require any specific treatment of the mirror. You just fly the drones on top of the field, and it automatically gives you the real surface of the reflecting surface with high resolution. We designed the thing to be fully autonomous, non-intrusive, very easy and very fast to deploy. As I said before, there's no surface pre-treatment required. It's applicable to fields of any size and shape. Extremely portable, flexible. It can operate during day and night time. Extremely modular and scalable. Again, I'm not allowed to say a lot, but we have already built some experimental test rig, which we're going to use for implementing the proof of concept. Again, both of our patents, this one and the previous that I mentioned before, have been through the Deloitte IP Booster project. And the outcome of that project was to patent as soon as possible. So that's what we are doing now. And we are in the process of patenting. In terms of CSP reflectivity characterization, this was another task that we wanted to, another research activity that we wanted to implement with the CYI. This regards to a development of a statistical approach to determine the mean reflectance of solar collector fields based on sampling on the subset of the collector field. As you understand, the efficiency, let's say, and productive operation of a concentrated solar thermal plant depends upon the knowledge of the mean reflectance on the collector field. And considering the size of the large commercial collector field, a continuous, let's say, and detailed survey of the whole field is not a practical proposition. And that's why we wanted to design a methodology in order to scale down the measurement required in the field in order to achieve the same accuracy in terms of characterizing the reflectivity. So what we did is we developed a statistical approach. Actually, the methodology is tested, validated, is now well established. Relevant paper has been also published in the Solar Energy Journal. You can see that we applied the methodology in the linear fresnel facility that we have, and also the Proteus heliostat facility. But these are two small facilities, but the methodology is applicable to all CSP technologies of any size and type. The technology minimizes the required number of individual measurements while maintaining also the accuracy of the results. This provides a reduced uncertainty in the estimation of power delivery in the field, and it can aid the field operators in decisions regarding mirror cleaning. Actually, we use this technique in order to, and we did a paper using neural networks. We fit I think 2 years worth of data that we have been collecting to a neural network, and we successfully managed to minimize our mirror cleaning. I mean, we optimized the cleaning strategy with this method, and for the foreseeable horizon, we want to continue using statistical and artificial intelligence techniques to determine the minimum number of points required for mirror reflectance and to optimize the cleaning schedule. And we actually want to apply this approach in very large fields, and we want to establish a dedicated blueprint to particularize the approach to large CST collector fields, and of course entice international collaboration to perfect this method and validate it in large plants. So moving on, a high flux facility was also one of our initial scopes. We wanted to design a high flux facility also to put it in the Proteas facility, as you can see in the right corner here. We wanted to have a facility to be able to achieve high temperatures and high heating rates that are suitable for testing and implementing a wide range of technologies and concepts. We have actually started the design of this facility, as you can see here, using our software tools that we have developed, and using some artificial neural networks and artificial intelligence techniques in order to optimize the secondary concentrator. Here you can see some designs that we did, that we designed in order to see what is the best and the optimum solution for this. We actually designed this using non-imaging optics principles. We want to provide, let's say, a platform to provide high solar fluxes at relevant power in very flexible ways. Having this facility will help us, will enable us to be able to test prototype energy converters, chemical reactors for solar electric and solar chemistry applications. It will allow us to test and evaluate energy compression and other, let's say, material technologies such as high temperature receivers, collectors, coatings, thermal protection systems, even space variable applications, solar shields, and other things like that. We can test and evaluate measurement systems that are used in the extreme solar environment, such as radiometers, charge cable devices, and CMOS sensors, and other high temperature equipment. And also conduct thermochemical tests and research, high temperature energy storage, solar catalysis, pyrolysis, all that stuff that you can do with high solar fluxes. So, in terms of other related infrastructure, here I'm showing some infrastructure that is not actually hands-on technical infrastructure, but it's an infrastructure that we develop within CySTEM, and it's actually helping us develop and enhance the technical infrastructure. I'm talking about advanced 3D CAD/CAM capabilities that we brought into the team. Within CySTEM, we acquired the advanced 3D CAD/CAM Siemens NX tool, and we have given extensive training not only to the SND group but also to various researchers from of CYI, from the USRL and built environment, air quality instrumentation, that were interested in learning how to use 3D CAD/CAM modeling. For us, it has a big impact because we can accelerate and implement the new projects concerning new design of new equipment, device experimental setups. It can give us insight in the design and making better decisions, performing fast remodeling and correction before final decision. We interconnect, we use a lot this Siemens NX to interconnect designs with computational fluid dynamics codes and finite element analysis codes, also with ray tracing software, as my colleague Victor will show later on. And of course, it gives us a possibility to increase our marketing potential and showcase concept in future proposals. So apart from the CAD/CAM capabilities, within CySTEM, we have actually contributed 20% of the cost in purchasing an HPC system, high performance computing facility, which is composed of 7 computer nodes, which has in total 1,024 CPU cores. This is helping us a lot in having direct and fast access for performing our simulation, which is sometimes very, very intensive and require high performance computing facilities to implement fast computations. And also it supports our developments, testing, and future enhancements of relevant hardware or relevant software that is being implemented with CySTEM, as you will see later on. And I think this was my last slide. So Any questions, please ask.
Thank you, Cyprus, for the presentation. I have to say, well, I would like to say two comments. One is in the Lambertian target of the flux experiment. What you saw in the video is not Lambertian; is the painting to be done. So this is just one thing for those of you that knows knows about this kind of thing. That is not. This is not Lambertian. Yeah. And the other thing is that this is about the enhancement of the presentation, about the enhancement of existing, in many cases, existing facilities and facilities that have a long history. I think for one of those facilities is the testing, the heliostat testing facility in Nicosia, that has been started much earlier than CySTEM. And that I don't know if it's clear, is that we have implemented there two different ways of measuring the flux. One is based on the optical, just a typical optical Lambertian target and a camera, and the treatment of the camera with the sensor that we have there to get the absolute value of at one point, a radiation sensor. But we also are testing one particular technology that's been developed by the Solar Energy and Desalination Group for a long time, that is about the measuring the flux using thermocouples. This will give the opportunity to have a continuous measurement signal. Well, now with the facts of the electronics, the other also could be almost continuous, of this several times per second. But this is, I think, is also very interesting, because it's a relatively different way of measuring flux. And this is one of the things that we would like to test, and we are in the process of comparing the two systems, and in the process also of writing a research article about this. I think these are the two clarifications that I would like to do. Are there any questions? You, the attendees, can use the questions panel to ask for some questions or raise their hand. They have some questions they would like to do. If there are no question, we can break until 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Just another comment on what you are saying. I mean, it's regarding the heliostat testing facility. It's also about flux shape. So using the thermocouples, we are also getting indication about the shape of the flux based on the contours of the temperature, what this Cyprus was showing in this.
Yeah, it's visible here.
How it's compared with the new enhanced capabilities that Cyprus was mentioned.
Well, this is what I was called flux distribution. Yeah. So, are there any questions or comments from the panelists or the audience? Okay. If not, thank you. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you to all of you, and see you at 1 o'clock. See you.
Bye-bye.
the webinar. We are going to start the second part of this webinar with the presentation of Dr. Marios Georgiou, who is the head of the Proteas Facility Operation, discussing or presenting the expansion of experimental capabilities have been taking place within CySTEM. So, Marios, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Manuel. Thanks for the introduction. Welcome everyone from my side as well. I will be, as mentioned already, I will be mainly presenting the major infrastructures that took place after the CySTEM project within the last 5 years. And there have been several infrastructures that they were initiated. Some of them have been already completed, and others are expected to be completed within the following few months. Therefore, I will talk mainly about those that have been already completed with a glimpse at the future within 1 and 5 years period. An outline of this presentation, I will start with the CSP-DSW concept. As mentioned already by Professor Pavanikolas, the energy group leader, CSP-DSW was the concentrated solar power desalination seawater concept. That is basically the major background and the foundations of the whole Proteas facility. This concept started several years ago, but I will take this from 2015 onwards in order to see the impact of CySTEM project through the CSP-DSW concept. Then I will move into the expansion of the experimental capabilities. We have several major things that have happened within the last 5 years, and they should be highlighted, therefore they will be presented. Then the transition of the initial CSP-DSW concept into the new PolyRes concept. PolyRes stands for Polygeneration of Renewable Energy Sources. As you will see through the presentation, the initial concept has been evolved and has been further expanded during these last 5 years, and now we have get into a new idea. CSP-DSW concept. The idea of the CSP-DSW concept was mainly to have a unique facility in Cyprus that will present the concentrated solar power technology using the electricity produced not just for electricity purposes, but also for desalination purposes. Cyprus is an island that has major issues with drought periods, and due to the high solar radiation that we have, the overall idea is to use this solar radiation in order to be able to produce electricity, but at the same time to use the exact heat for desalination purposes. This has been achieved through the Proteas facility that is unique of its kind, and that was inaugurated in 2015, which has 5 major components. The heliostat field that is consisted of 50 heliostats, a unique solar receiver that has been designed and developed by the Cyprus Institute that is called iStore, a solar thermal storage tank where actually we use that as the heart of the system in order to store the heat that is later on converted into electricity, an electricity pump, which basically is a steam turbine, and the desalination unit, which is a thermal desalination processes that is called multiple effect distillation. To have an overview of the Proteas facility, as it is seen in this slide, it's a standalone self-sufficient energy cogeneration experimental platform. It is consisted of 50 heliostats with a total reflective area of 250 square meters and 150 kilowatt thermal peak. It is a central tower receiver technology. As you can see in the picture, the sun is focused and concentrated into a receiver on the top of a tower. We have 150 kilowatt peak thermal power. We are using molten salt as the storage medium. For the desalination purposes, we have thermal desalination technology called multiple effect distillation. It is also, it is along the Proteas facility, we have a fully automated weather station that belongs to the Metro Services Station of the Cyprus government. And we also have installed 10 kilowatt photovoltaics that they are already integrated into the grid. So if we're having an aerial view of the Proteas facility, this is how it looks like, where you can see all the major components that they have been implemented and have been operating for the last 5 years at the Pentagon facility that is located near Limassol. Now, we will use this graphic in order to be able to present what's the current status and what has been achieved through the last 5 years as an impact of the CySTEM project. Therefore, this is how the facility looked like in 2015, and now moving into the expansion of the experimental capabilities, we will see how this has been transformed within the last 5 years. First of all, I'll start with the BSRN station. My colleague Kypros already mentioned this during the enhancement presentation. Therefore, I won't spend too much time, but I will highlight the importance of this new infrastructure, as it has been one of the major infrastructures that have been completed, and they are giving us a further expansion to this unit. Therefore, you can see now the same figure with the additional BSRN station that is highlighted. This was initiated in 2019. We had to make the whole construction, the whole development, and the design of the platform. We have to decide which components and scientific equipment were supposed to be used in order to be within the specifications set by the BSRN network. And taking into consideration the pandemic situation, we had to have all the equipment and the installations done here within 2020. Therefore, BSRN stands for Baseline Surface Radiation Network Station. It was initiated by the World Climate Research Program in order to support climate research. And as mentioned already by Kypros, there are no other BSRN stations installed in the wider region. The BSRN station has been completed. As you can see from the photos taken from the top right corner up to the bottom, we started with the foundations, then the tower was erected, and eventually all the scientific components were then tested, validated, and now we have a full completed BSRN station that has been accepted to be among the BSRN network, as Kypros already highlighted. Following the BSRN infrastructure, another significant infrastructure that has been achieved is the forward osmosis. Forward osmosis is the most promising emerging desalination technology that is currently available. And it is a privilege for us that we have this forward osmosis unit now in our facility in order to demonstrate research and innovation using this technology. So going back to the initial figure, you can see that now added to the tower, the yellow tower, now we have the two blue containers that they were already installed at the Proteas facility. So the forward osmosis unit basically is a technology that compared to the reverse osmosis, which is the most well-known technology, it has less energy demands, it produces better distilled product, and it has lower energy consumption. Therefore, it is one of the, as mentioned, promising desalination technologies. And this is the purpose why for an island like Cyprus and for a facility like Proteas, which is located next to the sea, this desalination technology can be ideally matched and coupled with our facility and with our technologies in order to demonstrate the concept of the cogeneration of electricity and desalination of seawater. Therefore, you can see the two containers, and the philosophy that is behind these two containers is that through some semi-permeable membranes, you just pump the seawater through them, you just dilute the draw solution, and then using the waste heat from the plant and the electricity, this draw solution becomes into product water. Of course, like in our case, the brine product goes back into the discharge line, but this also has to be mentioned that this technology also provides some additional advantages in terms of the brine discharge, which is a major impact. Now in this figure, you can see that the forward osmosis unit has been already installed and completed at the Proteas facility. As you can see from the photos, the containers are placed exactly next to the tower, in order for us to couple the waste heat from our technology to the desalination unit that is currently next to it. The third really important project that is currently ongoing is the new laboratory that we are currently installing at the Proteas facility. It's called Renewable Technology Laboratory. This laboratory will be located at the entrance, next to the entrance of the Proteas facility, as shown in this figure. And the procurement and the designing started in 2019. Then in 2020, mainly due to COVID, there was a major delay because due to restrictions and lockdown, the operations could not work for the construction of the building. But it's expected that within the following 6 months, the new laboratory will be finalized and we will have this new space in the Proteas facility. The laboratory has the advantage of having a huge space which can be used further for the implementation and innovation in solar components like the heliostats. And in order to do so, we need a huge space that we can actually have test bench fully instrumented that can be used in order to have these new components tested and prior to an installation. Therefore, as you can see in the drawings, due to this huge space lab that we're going to have, we expect that this will enhance further our capabilities about the developing components, integrating components to the Proteas facility, and also providing services. As mentioned already, Proteas, even though it's been up and running for the last 5 years, it has been acknowledged and it has entered already the European research infrastructures, and it offers services from researchers into industries worldwide. Therefore, one of the components that we're offering is our services and know-how about components. And with this new laboratory, we know that we will enhance further this capability. The laboratory would look like in the picture, and it has been already, the foundations have been already done. As you can see in the 4 pictures, you can see location on the left bottom corner of the facility, and you can see how the laboratory would look like within the next 6 months. Another major infrastructure that is currently ongoing is the Proteas microgrid. Proteas has the privilege of being in a place where, even though it is connected into the grid, it can be really used for isolated areas or isolated grids like the one in Cyprus. And such grids, they need to have smaller microgrids where energy management systems could take place and where the distribution of several renewable technologies can be implemented. So in this picture, we can see the major components of this microgrid, which is the photovoltaics, it's a wind turbine, and the parabolic dishes. The Proteas microgrid has started its implementation and designing in 2019. We had to go through the several components that we wanted to install, to go through their specifications, make sure about their compatibility, and how we will integrate all these into our system. Therefore, there was a lot of background work that has been done prior to any purchases, and we are pleased to announce that the purchases and the contract has just been finalized, and within the following 3 months, it is expected that the systems will be all installed at the Proteas facility. This, of course, implies that there will be no any further delays due to the COVID situation. Now, if we go one by one, the major components of the microgrid, it's the additional photovoltaics. As mentioned already, currently we have about 10 kilowatts of installed photovoltaics at the Proteas facility, and these installed kilowatts will be now enhanced and further expanded into 30 kilowatts. The location of the photovoltaics is shown into the figures, and you can see how the photovoltaics would look like after the finalization of this installation, the additional 20 kilowatts. The second major component is a wind turbine. The wind turbine, as shown in the schematics and the picture, has been already been ordered and is currently under construction. It's a hydraulic wind turbine, and the output of the wind turbine is 10 kilowatt electric. this component will be used in order to produce electricity when it's windy, and they can take into consideration the wind loads of the area. We have made all the calculations, and we have concluded that a 10 kilowatt wind turbine would be an ideal candidate for our microgrid. Therefore, we have made all the arrangements, and now the 10 kilowatt wind turbine is currently under construction, as shown in the pictures, and it's expected that within the following 6 to 8 weeks, it will be shipped to Cyprus. Last, the third component of this microgrid is 2 parabolic dish Sterlings, 10 kilowatt each. These two will be installed at the right corner of the Proteas facility, and we will use these parabolic dishes in order to produce both electricity and heat that will be integrated with the rest of the components. So overall, the Proteas micro scheme would look like this, as you can see in the picture. It will be consisted of a hybridization of 2 major concentrated solar power systems. One is our solar thermal tower central receiver, and the second one is the dish Sterling, with some photovoltaics and the wind power. The overall idea is that through this integration of these components, we will be able to have a combination of energy systems that will be used to store energy primarily in molten salts, but at the parallel also in batteries. Therefore, we're implementing a hybridization in terms of storage, of energy storage. And also this has a polygeneration scheme where these technologies will be providing enough electricity and enough heat to run our desalination technologies, both forward osmosis and multi-watt effect distillation, but also being able to provide energy for heating and cooling demands and for process heat, and also, of course, for electricity. Last but not least is the heliostat field upgrade and expansion. As mentioned already, the Proteas facility currently has 50 heliostats with 150 kilowatt thermal power. So after several years of discussions and negotiations with a CSIRO, which is an Australian provider of the best, one of the best heliostats worldwide, we have came into agreement, and we expect that we will add 21 more heliostats in our field in order to add about 30% of the nominal power to the field. This is highlighted in this figure, and this will be actually implemented in 2 steps. The first step, which is currently ongoing, is the upgrade of the existing heliostat field. As you can see from the photos, we have started with the replacement of the old actuators with new ones, which are lighter and have a better tracking system. The electronics have been already starting to be replaced, and we are expecting through this upgrade of both mechanical and electrical and software to be able to have a better accurating and a better tracking system of the existing 50 heliostats. And the next step would be the installation of additional 20 heliostats. As you can see from the drawings on the top right, on the top left corner, we have the Proteas field as it was in 2019. And on the bottom, you can see the Proteas layout with the 20 additional heliostats that will be installed. And it is expected to have an increase in the installed capacity about 30% at least. So we started with the CSP DSW concept, and now we can see that through the implementation of the capabilities that Kypros was mentioning and the ones that I have presented as infrastructures, we are moving into a more broader concept, which is called polyres concept. Therefore, the initial CSP DSW concept will be transferred into a polygeneration concept where the hybridization of several renewable energy sources will be used and integrated through the main system of storage. I mean, we are having the molten salt that is the heart of the system for storing electricity, or storing the thermal energy from these components. And afterwards, we can use this energy either for heating, cooling, for process heat, for desalination of seawater, and of course, for electricity production. And once again, this is the initial technological concept. And this is how the concept now is currently transformed. Now you can see the major differences. Parallel to the molten salt storage tank, we have another storage medium, which is water in low temperature. It's about 100 degrees, pressurized water. And furthermore, we don't have only one desalination technology. We don't have only the MED, we also have the forward osmosis. We have been also able to capture heat that was harvested heat through our receiver using air, hot air. And all these implementations has led to a technological concept that has been further expanded in order to be a broader concept with much more flexibility and much more input power. And this is how the Proteus facility looked like in 2015. And this is how the Proteus facility would look like within the following 6 months. Some of these infrastructures have been already finalized. Some others are currently ongoing, but it is expected that within a 6-month period from now, all the infrastructures will be finalized and will be integrated to the Proteus facility. Last but not least, in glimpse to the future about the 5-year horizon. As mentioned already, one of the characteristics that we want to keep on implementing and further expand is the BSRN station. The second one is the UAV-based geometrical characterization of solar concentrators, the flux measurement testbed, the heliostat testing facility, the high flux facility, Proteus microgrid, design of ISTOR 2. It should be highlighted that under category that you are seeing here, there are subcategories where we are implementing innovation. For instance, we are implementing innovation in terms of heliostats, design, and accuracy about controls, and we have also our own control system. Therefore, there are lots of things that have been done in the background, and there's a lot of work to be done in the future. Thank you, everyone, for your time. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much. In that, yeah. Are there any questions? I don't see. I am looking at the question from the. Any questions? If or any comment from the panelists? Or... Okay, then we move to the next presentation from Dr. Victor Grigoriev, that is going to be talking about scientific software development that is taking place within CySTEM, and in particular of one of the main software development. I will be talking about the other ones. So, Victor, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you see my screen?
We do. We do in non-presentation mode. We see also the slide in the side. So.
Yes, that's good. So this talk will be about the software tools which are used for design of solar thermal power plants. And the most important part here is open source tools. And to make things interesting, I actually designed the entire presentation in LibreOffice, which is a kind of free alternative to Microsoft Office, so no subscription fees, install any number of devices, so many advantages. Okay, coming back to the main subject. So now full screen. Here is the outline of my presentation. So solar thermal plants are mostly about light collection. So I will start with a quick review of optical modeling. Then I will proceed to Natil ray tracer and describe the development process. So the development looks like a technology tree. So it's very important to select proper branches and to prioritize them. And finally, I will show the results of the development process and side-by-side comparison of what was before and how it works now. So solar thermal plants, as the name suggests, worked by converting the sunlight to heat, and then it's used to produce electricity. The last part is actually a standard technology, turbine, so it's used in fossil fuel plants, even in nuclear power plants. So the most unique part is the first one, which is about optical modeling. So, and I will focus on it. Quite too many solar thermal plants were built already. So, and obviously some tools were used for design, and in this slide I try to summarize the most important tools. They are subdivided into two categories, closed source and open source. Actually, 2 years ago, the balance was considerably differently. The main two open source tools were only Tonatiu, but 2 years ago, other big institutions like French CNRS and National Renewable Energy Laboratory from the United States decided to make their tools public. So just a quick review what's the difference between closed source and open source. It's like the difference between profit and impact. Closed source tools, they aim at maximizing the profit, and this profit can be used actually to acquire more resources and to use best tools money can buy, actually to increase the quality of the product. And those actually who started first, they have clear advantage and can easily suppress the competitors. The open source model is considerably different. It aims at maximizing the impact, like creating economic good for the society, carried by commonwealth rather than personal profits. But well, from the point of view of developers, it's actually much harder to develop because well, the developers are limited to free tools. So, but well, in the long run, actually, this strategy will win because more and more open source tools appear, and there are many good examples now, like 3D editors, Blender, and even the LibreOffice, which I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. And well, from the point of view of academic communities, open source is well a clear win. So, well, maybe writing the paper is a kind of old-fashioned, but working collaboratively on a product, so which can be used to solve some practical problems readily, is a very good option. So now proceed to ray tracing, because optical modeling is about ray tracing. And well, there is no standard ray tracing algorithm. There are dozens of them, if not hundreds. But the difference basically boils down to 3 sub-algorithms: how the rays are generated, then how the intersections are found with shapes, and how the properties of materials are described. So we use Tonatiu to show some examples of this algorithm. So the basic light source is a directional light, which has a single direction, but well, in reality, sun is more difficult. So it has some angular size, like 0.5 degrees. So in order to generate rays according to this distribution, first it's important to find the rays, the amount of rays incident on a surface. So it's just a product of cosine and solid angle, so which leads to this differential. And well, it can be mapped to square. So at the end, it's sufficient just to generate 2 numbers, random numbers from 0 to 1, and then so the azimuth and the zenith angle of array are obtained. So the next step is to find intersection. So most of the shapes used in solar energies are quadratic, like parabola. So, and well, finding intersection is like solving an equation where the first equation is a ray equation, and which can be substituted in the surface equation. And well, in this particular case, it's very easy to solve quadratic equation for t variable. So in general case, it has 2 solutions, which can be seen also in the picture on the right. So a line can intersect the parabolic surface only twice or less. So, and to compute the reflected rays, also the normal is necessary, which is a kind of cross product of 2 partial derivatives. And speaking about the normals, it's very important to distinguish the macroscopic normal and microscopic normal, because a surface can have some natural roughness, and well, this produces different results. For example, this sphere has no roughness, so it's possible to see a very clear image. So middle roughness and very strong roughness, completely blurred image. And well, by using random numbers, it's very easy to reproduce this effect, just 2 random numbers with Gaussian distribution, where the parameter sigma is the slope error of the surface. Okay, this was just a brief examples. In reality, the properties of materials are much more complicated. There are more than hundreds of parameters like diffuse color, specular color, various exponents, albedo, refractive indices. So, and here is an example of professional rendering. This plant is actually real. It's a 50 megawatt plant designed for Crete Island. So, and what's behind the scene is, well, I will just briefly go through that. So there are different how to generate the rays. They can be traced from the camera, from the sun, or in two directions simultaneously. So for real geometries, it's important actually to use triangular meshes instead of analytical shapes. To find intersection quickly, the acceleration structures are used, like bounding volume hierarchy. The material properties are described in terms of BRDF functions. So to increase the convergence speed, it's important to use important sampling. So as you see, the ray tracing algorithm can be very complicated. And it's actually not enough to use just a ray tracing algorithm. To make a product which is easy to use for a final user, a CAD is necessary. CAD stands for computer-aided design. And in general, it consists of three elements, so a graphical user interface, then 3D editor to quickly design and edit this in, and one or more simulation of kernels. So for alternative, we use Qt framework, which is a cross-platform C++ based framework. So it can be used to produce application for Windows, Linux, and even Mac. So as a 3D editor, we use Open Inventor, which is quite obsolete, but still it's capable for many needs. And well, for simulation cameras, we currently use CPU, but we have also some experimental builds which have much better performance, which can run on GPU. So here is, as I promised, a side-by-side difference between the previous release of Tonatiuh and the release which we created. So as you can see, the difference is quite big. Even the 3D view has more details, so it's possible to see shadows of the objects. Also, the user interface was cleaned considerably. So now there are less plugins that describe the shapes, but they are structured in a much better way. So each shape basically is divided into functional dependence, like parabola and a cutting profile. So at the end, by combining this shape and profile, it's possible to describe even more shapes. So this slide shows an example. All four shapes are parabolic. So the difference between them is just the profile. It can be rectangular, some octagonal, or arbitrary polygon. Actually, for arbitrary polygon, we used a special adaptive mesh algorithm, which can automatically triangulate the structure. And well, this triangular meshes can be used for ray tracing on GPU, because they correspond to a very general case. And well, it's not sufficient just to describe geometries. It's necessary also to animate them for solar thermal power plants. And the second thing which improved considerably is the tracking algorithm. So now the tracking axis can be absolutely arbitrary, not only orthogonal, like azimuth elevation and tilt rule, but also target align or a very arbitrary configuration. Also, the offset between tracking axes are taken into account, so it's possible to describe the reflection properties very accurately. And this algorithm, the inverse kinematics, was actually published in Solar Energy journal, which has a very high impact factor. And well, the paper was very quickly reviewed and was well received by the scientific community. So as I said earlier, so one of the focuses in the development was a greater support of triangular meshes. Currently, it's quite hard to define advanced geometries in Tonatiuh, but well, it's possible to design them in other tools, like a free 3D editor called Blender. And this picture shows an example of a very detailed 3D model of heliostat, which has thousands of triangles. And well, this is how it looks after importing in Tonatiuh. So, and well, this is not a static model, this is a dynamic model. So it moves all components, including the linear drives, they're all animated. So it's possible to, well, control them manually or command to track the sun. And well, the list of parameters is quite big. And in terms of real facilities, so we were successful in modeling the Fresnel facilities at the Cyprus Institute. And what is remarkable, so we designed it not just by using graphical interface, but by using a script, and this gives a clear advantage. So it's possible to modify all parameters quickly and well measure the difference, how different configurations perform, and we use actually it to optimize the secondary reflector for this facility. We also created a model for Proteus facility, also based on script, so it's quite easy to add more heliostats. So, and well, perform some optimization studies. There are quite many parameters what to optimize. So by using the script functionality, it's much easier than before. And well, as a bigger example, I can show a procedural layout, which was used by so-called radial stagger algorithm. But well, in general, there is, so this CAD tool offers well, many opportunities for a user to investigate various applications for solar energy. So regarding the future work, so we notice that the 3D editor which we use has limitations, quite obsolete, and can support up to 10,000 heliostats. That is why we investigated other options. So, and here you can see a much better rendering engine, which can render thousands of heliostats at least. And well, we are going to include it in the main release soon. So with this, I want to conclude. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Victor. Are there questions or comments? Okay. Well, I have to say that this we are all this software development that we are doing is open source, and we are going to be. We have created already a space for sharing and for collaborating in the development of these tools, and we will be releasing the tools before the end of the year, all of the tools. We are also preparing one publication about Tonati, one journal publication, and in this tool, in this ecosystem that we are going to develop, that we are going to make available, publicly available, we will also put a lot of information about how to use this tool. Well, thank you very much, Victor. Now I will give the floor to myself to talk about modeling, to make another presentation about the more technical things that we have been doing within the program. So, are you watching? Are you seeing my screen? I assume you are.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to be talking about modeling, analysis, design, and optimization, but in general terms, because we are doing a lot of things. The first thing that I'm going to talk is Victor was presenting one of the main the main open source development that we are doing, but we are doing many other things, and our idea is to build a kind of ecosystem of tools that can be combined in different ways to be able to assist us in the analysis, design, modeling, analysis, design, and optimization of concentrated solar thermal systems in general. So I'm going to first talk about some of the other tools that Victor did not mention that we're developing. One is called SunPath. It's a small application that will allow us to select the sun position at which we need to use, we need to analyze the system in order to, if we want to get to analyze the annual performance of a system or the performance in a given period, we can introduce the information, this input to this tool and tell which period we want to analyze, and then the tool will tell us how many sun position we need to analyze in order to get a good estimate of the annual or the integral of the energy delivered by the system and other parameters of the system during the period that we are considering. This is something that we have already reported in the literature in some papers that we presented in Solar Places conference, and this is we still, as any other open source tool, we're still improving. We want to improve some of the positioning that we get and the ways that we get for actual for a site with a specific actual solar radiation and meteorological data. But right now it's working and it's providing us a good way to simplify the analysis of systems, concentrated system. So this is the tool that I told before was before when we are going to use Tonati++. the question is, if we want to analyze the performance of system during 1 year, for instance, where do we have to sample the sun position, and where do we have to compute to use the ray tracer to know the optical evaluation of the system. Now now we have developed, after Tonatiuh++ that already been presented by Victor, we are developing also a tool to post-process the rays of Tonatiuh++, of Tonatiuh, or any other ray tracer, as long as you provide the rays generated by the ray tracer to this tool in a specific format. And this is a post-processor of the rays, and can be used for many different things. One of the main things is to calculate the density of the density of the solar radiation in the watt per cubic meter in any position, in any region of space that you may select. Typically, the region that you are interested is in the region near the focal point of your system, to see what is going on there, because as you know, all the optical system that we are using are not perfect ideal parabolas, and at the same time, even the radiation, the sun is not a point. So if you have a point and a perfect parabola, you will concentrate just in one point everything. But this is not what is happening, and you are interested to know where the rays and the energy of the sun, or the concentrated energy, is distributed near the focal point. Another thing that we can do is also we can analyze what will be the surface that will be the minimum surface that will intersect of the rays coming from your optical system. The optical system here that I put there in this slide is this concentrator, but it can be a very large heliostat field, can be a linear Fresnel. Any kind of optical system can be simulated with the tool that we are developing, and can be analyzed and can be with the tool that we are developing. Another thing, and this we have submitted a paper for public. Well, we presented some preliminary results in Solar Paces, and we have submitted a full paper to the DESMA Journal of Solar Engineering, that we hope that will be published soon. It's about using this tool, a way to design the optimum design of cylindrical receiver by decreasing the amount of computation that you have to do to calculate this optimum. Other thing that you can do with this ray tracer is to calculate flux distribution in many different shapes, etc. But this is, to me, the most. This is very interesting. Is the density of the energy field near the focal point, because that will give you. This is for the whole year. This is the total annual energy. We can do it for daily. You can do also the variation during the day. You can do as many the temporal resolution as whatever you want. You can do integrate in an interval of time, or just give the instantaneous distribution of energy of power per cubic meter in any point in any time of the day. So this will give insights to the designer of concentrated solar system about how they should design the system. We have validated this program. It was very interesting because we validated with the result that was calculated almost by hand by one colleague of mine, very long time, Professor Carlos Gómez Camacho from the University of Seville, very long time ago, like 20 years ago, and he produced the minimum surface that will capture all the rays in a parabolic trough. It's not the cross section, it's not the circle. It's this kind of cross section that you will see here. He got this, let's say, by using clever mathematics. And 30 years later, we forgot the mathematics, and we did this by brute force. Clever optical analysis of computational use of computers. But still, well, the two calculations completely coincide exactly. We have also used this flux tracer also for our own receiver, and this is we model what happened with this is the density, the energy density, the power density inside our cavity. And as you can see here, we detected that in a region of the cavity you have less energy density than in other regions, and we went to see the empirical data, to see the experiments, and we saw that the temperature here are lower than in other part of the molten salt, and this is an indication that perhaps these receivers should have been tilted in a little more down. And this is one of the application of this kind of tool. They help you to understand what is going on in your cavities, what is going on with your optics, and how you have to set up or design your system. One thing that we want to do with all of these tools, the name of this slide is wrong. I should have changed it. We want to combine all of them in order to do automatic analysis of system, and also later on to even add some optimization procedure, automatic optimization procedure, and even artificial intelligence tools to go into generative design and designs and go into get inside or even design automatically or produce automatic design of receivers that will comply with a specific boundary condition. So this is something that we are doing using also that in this case is a open source datable scientific workflow. We can combine all of these things together, and we have already managed to do this for this application that I was referring before. And we are now investigating the possibilities of adding a external optimization loop that will give a lot of flexibility for us. This can also run, all of these tools can also run in high performance computing, as was explained by Kypros earlier in another presentation. And the idea is to develop a good set and a very solid set of tools that can be combined, that we know that they are accurate and they have been validated in experiment, and that we can use using high performance computing, etc., to go to higher levels of optical design or design of this kind of system. We are, I talk about the validation. Another thing that we are using is developing, using Modelica, modeling at high level concentrated solar thermal systems. This we have been using, we are using mainly, we're in collaboration with Australian National University, using the solar thermal library, and we are adapting that library to model our experimental setup and to model other kinds of receivers that were not considered right now in the library. We have also a very interesting collaboration with the University of the Politecnico University of Milano, Politecnico di Milano, sorry, with the Politecnico di Milano on these Modelica developments, and we have already produced one publication about this modeling test that we have done in Proteus with the Modelica models, and we have achieved very well, relatively good results, and we are improving the models. In relation to that, is another thing that has been done with in my first presentation. I talk about the core system team and the extension of the system team with a researcher, senior researcher from the Solar Energy Desalination Group. This is a contribution of one of those researchers, Evgeny Boyakov, that he has developed a very nice MATLAB tool to analyze all the different channels, because in Pentacomo we are the number of measurement data that we're taking in every experiment is very large, and we have developed this tool in order to be able to easily analyze experiment that we are taking place there, and then use this experiment correctly analyzed and curated to compare and to validate the software that the software tool that we are developing. Other thing that we are also doing is in the economic modeling, we are including in the economic modeling something that I was doing when I was in TENER. We developed was in TENER is the stochastic approach to financial analysis model. We did this for most of the solar power plants in Spain, and we are implementing this technology here, and also trying to approach or to use this technology for a heat process and more general concept of solar renewable energy sources plants. Sorry. So these are all the tools. This is just of a view of the tools that we have been developing during the system, and I'm going to talk now about some of the application of these tools. The first thing, this is a very nice application of the using of first the modeling in Tonatiuh. Tonatiuh is another ray tracer that I started to develop when I was a professor at the university in Texas. Then when I moved to TENER, TENER started, and our group in TENER continued the development of Tonatiuh. And And now we are developing from Cyprus, developing the next generation. I call the next generation of Tonatiuh, Tonatiuh++. As you can see, it has much and large capabilities, and we are also talking and discussion with CENER to do these things together, and with any other institution that would like to help us in going faster with the development of this this nice ray tracer. But the Fresnel facility has been modeled with Tonatiuh++, and with the Alaric Montenon, and a student has been doing this and in very detail in collaboration with Victor, and they have shown the world. They have been able to develop in detail and to analyze what will be the impact of using good non-imaging optics and versus what is going on right now, and how to improve. So we have used this tool, Tonatiuh++, and the analysis and the know-how, of course, of Alaric, to improve or to find out where we can improve our facility. So it's a nice example of how you can use these tools. Also, Alaric is moving forward with a techno-economic modeling that is going to include also the stochastic approach that we were discussing before. So these are all applications of the thing that we are developing within CySTEM and the thing that have been promoted before, even before CySTEM within the solar energy and desalination group. Another thing that is happening is very interesting is a collaboration with the Fondazione Bruno Kessler and University of Évora, also using Tonatiuh++ and Flux Tracer to help them to develop a better secondary for their specific application. They have developed a very nice within InChip, that this is another project in which we are participating. Within InChip, they have developed a very interesting receiver that is a volumetric receiver that has some kind of fractal structure to absorb the light. We are collaborating in the design of the fine-tune of the secondary concentrator. But we will be also very much interested in modeling their receiver, and to see if we can, because the receiver is almost a fractal geometry that can be parameterized. One thing that will be very interesting is to see if we can generate automatic shapes of automatic is a distribution of the receiver inside of the receiver, is the form of the receiver by this kind of procedure, and use perhaps artificial intelligence to optimize the receiver itself. This will be, I think, a very interesting application. But so far, we have what already have done, I think, is starting to look very, very well. This is the receiver in the original position that they have. This is the position that we decided that we are exploring a better, sorry, this was the original, ouch. This was the original position. The left is the way around, and this is the one that is a more optimized position of the receiver in the optical axis of the concentrator, and you see there the improve on the concentrating energy at the exit of the secondary concentrator. Thing that I said before, we want to move also into use. This also have been mentioned by Kypros. We want to go also in the use of artificial intelligence techniques to help in the design of concentrator. We have an interesting collaboration with the Australian National University. They started to do this, I think, also, if I remember correctly, within the framework of ASTRI, of the ASTRI project I was directing when I was in Australia. And we have keep collaborating with them, and we hope to continue collaborating with them in the future, going to put all of these tools, as I said, together and try to combine this with artificial intelligence techniques and being able to get interesting designs based on this confluence of artificial intelligence and nice optical tools. We are also, this I'm not going to mention too much because they already have been mentioned, we are also designing or using all these tools, the high flux facility that we would like to put in Proteas to enable solar chemistry research. And with this, I think I finished my presentation. And I'm happy to answer any question that you may have. Any questions? Okay. I don't see any also in the the questions side. So I pass the floor to Dr. Konstantinos Paliotis, and he's going to talk about energy system analysis. That is another of the activities that I mentioned at the beginning in my first presentation. So, Konstantinos, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can see my screen now. Yes. Thank you for the introduction, Manuel. I'm a postdoctoral fellow within the CySTEM team, and I have been actively involved in the energy systems analysis field. And today I will talk about some of the relevant projects that were carried out by myself and the broader energy planning and analysis group that was also mentioned earlier during the morning session. So today I will start talking about the studies that were conducted in relation with the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus. There were 2 studies conducted related to the draft submission of the Republic, and 1 related to the draft and 2 related to the final submission of the Republic. Then I will continue and talk about the more recent project that has been conducted and it's ongoing, and it's in relation to the economic recovery of Cyprus following the COVID pandemic, with the aim of keeping the country towards a climate mitigation path that is aligned with the Paris Agreement, but at the same time stimulating economic recovery of the island. Then I will talk about the more recent and other ongoing project, Pathways for a Net Zero Greenhouse Gas Emission Energy System in Cyprus, and the need to decarbonize and take further mitigation action to meet global climate targets. And before concluding the presentation, I will present the Eastern Mediterranean and briefly present the Eastern Mediterranean Middle East Climate Change Initiative, which is a regional initiative of the government of Cyprus, but its scientific component is coordinated by the Cyprus Institute. So to start with the National Energy and Climate Plan studies, in these specific studies, we had been using 3 different tools, as you can see in the figure on the right-hand side of the slide. First, we had an energy forecast model, which was providing final energy demand projections. This is final energy demand projections were specifically for buildings and industry. Then these projections were taken up by a cost optimization model, which is the open source energy modeling system mentioned in the text. Osmosis, for short, this is a long-term cost optimization model that is demand-driven. So basically the defined demand that is provided as input into the model has to be satisfied. And the choice of technologies and energy mix that is provided then as an output by the model is based on the assumptions that we provide the model on techno-economic data, such as fuel cost, technology cost, resource availability, emission limits, any potential emission targets and or renewable energy targets, and so on. This cost optimization model in turn provides an outlook for energy mix and technology investments, costs on operation and maintenance for the different technologies and so on, which is then taken up by a separate microeconomic model, which is an input-output model, which also includes household energy expenditures, also provided by the first energy forecast model that I mentioned. And this, in turn, this input-output model gives gives as an output the projections on potential economic impact on the broader economy of specific energy policies that the government wants to put forward. So in the case of the National Energy and Climate Plan, as in all EU member states, Cyprus had two scenarios. The first one was with existing measures, abbreviated as WEM. And this scenario considered legislation and actions that have already been established. Whereas the second scenario considered implementation of additional policies and measures that would allow further mitigation action towards achievement of the goals. So just as an example, this slide provides results regarding the final energy demand of the whole energy system. On the left-hand side, we see results for the scenario with existing measures, and on the right-hand side, we see results for the scenario with planned policies and measures. And as a short overview, we can see at the very top in the orange color that solar thermal technologies have an important role to play in both scenarios. Whereas in the planned policies and measures scenario, we also see that the demand is slightly reduced as compared to the with existing measures scenario, and this is because of specific actions related to energy efficiency, as well as promotion of public transport in the road transport sector, which reduces the consumption of gasoline, which is indicated in the purple color here. This is just one of the results that is provided by the cost optimization model that I mentioned earlier. Despite all the foreseen policies and measures included in the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus, there is a considerable emission mitigation gap, especially so in the scenario with existing measures. Even though the mitigation target for Cyprus for the sectors that fall under the effort sharing regulation, even though the emission target is a reduction of 24% compared to 2005, the scenario with existing measures foresees only a reduction of about 3%, which is quite low. Whereas the scenario with planned policies and measures, even though there is considerable more mitigation action foreseen, the emission reduction still falls under the target that has been set by the EU. And this is important to keep in mind, since the ambition for the 2030 targets will become even stricter with the European Green Deal. So this mitigation gap will increase even further for the Republic of Cyprus. In terms of outputs connected to the studies for the National Energy and Climate Plan, we published 2 papers, one of which was on estimating the economic-wide impacts of the National Energy and Climate Plan policies and measures, and this was published in Energy Strategy Reviews. And the second paper was published in Frontiers in Energy Research, and this was focusing mostly on the impact of electrification on in the road transport sector, and how would that affect renewable energy technologies in the electricity supply sector of the island. So now moving on to the second project, which had an aim of identifying specific measures that could help the country to stimulate economic growth, but also keep the energy system on a path towards meeting decarbonization goals. So 2 separate objectives for this project. First, to develop a methodology and an associated policy toolkit that could be used for climate mainstreaming of economic, technological, and innovation policies. In turn, this toolkit would allow the assessment of specific economic recovery measures, as I mentioned again, through the lens of both economic recovery and also climate action. And the second objective of this project was to specifically assess certain identified measures that could promote economic growth and keep the country in a decarbonization path. So in collaboration with the private sector, environmental NGOs, government authorities, and academics, 13 green recovery measures were identified. Some of these were already included in the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus. Some were identified as stimulus measures by the Ministry of Finance in the response to the COVID pandemic, while others were identified in collaboration with the stakeholders I mentioned. So these recovery measures can be further categorized into measures that relate to energy renovations of buildings, as these first three shown here. There's measures that aim towards the reduction of electricity demand in buildings with the installation of smart electricity meters, and a measure that aims towards the increase of renewable energy technologies for electricity supply. Then there's measures that relate to the provision of grants or subsidies to loans of business or loan to businesses that have proven track record and proven willingness to take further action towards environmental sustainability. There's a group of measures that relates into decarbonization of the transport sector. And finally, there's other generic measures such as replacement of street lights with energy efficient lighting, or tree planting that could not only capture carbon dioxide, but create more favorable conditions that would promote, for instance, walking within the city instead of riding your own passenger car. And finally, a measure that would implement a fiscally neutral carbon taxation on fossil fuels that fall under sectors within the effort sharing regulation. In order to assess these different measures, a group of assessment criteria was identified, and this is largely based on the sustainability criteria list published by the World Bank earlier during the year. Some of these criteria can be quantified, such as energy savings or carbon dioxide emission savings per €1,000,000 invested, or the economic multiplier. So what for each €1,000,000 invested, what impact does that have on the economy in other sectors? And also on the net jobs created per €1,000,000 invested. But other criteria are more qualitative and were assessed in collaboration with relevant stakeholders from the private sector, the governmental authorities, environmental NGOs, and academia. So this slide shows some quantification of some of these measures. In the x-axis, we have the economic multiplier effect for each of the measures, or some of the measures indicated earlier. While on the y-axis, we have the carbon dioxide emission savings per €1,000,000 invested. And we can see that there's a broad range of effectiveness between the measures. So after this quantification for all different measures in all different criteria and the qualitative assessment carried out by the mentioned stakeholders, we were able to rank the specific measures based on weights and scores also given by the involved stakeholders. And this is an ongoing activity that will eventually lead to a peer-reviewed publication. So moving on to the third project that I'll discuss about today. As I mentioned earlier, the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus has quite low ambition in terms of mitigation effort, as it falls short from the stated target by the EU. This is even more important since the new EU Green Deal will set strict goals for the long term as well as the medium term, which means the mitigation gap will increase considerably. So in an effort to see what action is needed for Cyprus to conform with global climate goals, we want to look into different scenarios. One of the scenarios is reaching net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050, which would be in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global temperature, as stated by the Paris Agreement. To do this scenario, we had to enhance the Cyprus osmosis model that was developed for the National Energy and Climate Plan, and we expanded the list of relevant technology options that were included in the model to include hydrogen energy chains, for instance, or carbon capture and storage, afforestation, or other renewable energy technologies that could be more innovative for the context of Cyprus and had not been considered in the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus. So now I'll just show some very preliminary results as this is still ongoing work. In this slide, we can see the outlook for electricity generation up to 2050 for the scenario where the emissions of Cyprus are in line with 1.5 degrees Celsius. So basically, we reach net zero emissions by 2050. So we can see that in the next decade, we still have fossil fuel generation as a dominant source of electricity, and this is indicated by the gray color for gas and shades of brown for the oil products. However, we steadily have an increase of solar PV indicated by the yellow color. But as time goes, as electricity demand grows and the level of variable renewable electricity generation by solar PV, which is an intermittent energy source, increases, the stability of the system is, let's say, not as stable. So technologies that are more dispatchable and have cheap energy storage, such as solar thermal, start getting into the picture. So we can see that solar thermal in the orange color increases considerably and becomes the dominant technology in terms of electricity supply after 2040 or so. And this provides more than 80% of electricity generation by 2050. In terms of road transport sector, we can see that conventional internal combustion engine vehicles, indicated by the black color here in the columns, the fleet of these vehicles steadily decreases over time and are slowly replaced by different types in the different modes of electric vehicles, So passenger cars and buses are indicated in shades of green, whereas heavy and light-duty trucks are indicated in shades of brown. So we can see that the future for road transport sector, if we want to achieve full decarbonization, is largely electric. In the last few years, we can see that in the blue color, some hydrogen fuel cell vehicles come into the picture, and these are needed if we want to reach fully zero emissions. Some preliminary conclusions of this work. As we saw, solar technologies can drive the energy transition in Cyprus, while in the transport sector, electric vehicles dominate the outlook. However, there is a role to play for hydrogen if we want to achieve full decarbonization. While even though it wasn't shown in the results, the last mile is the hardest. So in order for we allowed the model to reach net zero emissions by using reforestation or afforestation as a natural carbon sink option, while we also assume that there could be a potential global carbon market, which could allow the system to purchase some rights, let's say, of greenhouse gas emissions. So in 2050, for instance, the model is able to offset a small amount of carbon dioxide emissions through these two methods. And this level is relatively low. It's only about 3% of the emissions of 2018, just to put it into context. So 3% is low, but still some of these flexible mechanisms may be needed in the future. And now moving on to the final project that I want to touch on today, the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative is a regional initiative that the government of Cyprus has undertaken and aims towards the development of coordinated action in order to mitigate the impacts of climate change and to take up additional mitigation efforts in a regional coordinated way. In this specific initiative, there's an intergovernmental component and a scientific component. The scientific component is led by the Cyprus Institute and spearheaded by Professor Papanikolas, who is an advisor to the President of the Republic for the topic of climate change and a presidential special envoy for climate change. We have been involved, in terms of myself and the Energy Planning and Analysis Group, have been involved in the drafting of the Energy Task Force report. And this report included input from various experts, more than 15 international experts from the countries of the region, as well as international organizations, such as the International Renewable Energy Agency and the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis. As a first step, we carried out a thorough literature review and using available statistics and the submissions in terms of nationally determined contributions of the countries, we're able to quantify the carbon emissions per capita in each of these countries. So the figure on the right-hand side of the slide shows in the blue bars show what the carbon dioxide emissions per capita were for 2018. And in orange, what the projected carbon emissions per capita would be for some of the countries, as not all of the countries had available quantifications. So the orange bars show what the emissions per capita would be in 2030. And as you can see with the dotted lines, most of the countries are well above the 2018 world average, indicated in the red line. Whereas if we want to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius target envisioned by the Paris Agreement, considerable action needs to be taken by nearly all countries. And it's important to mention that, for instance, some countries such as Saudi Arabia and Oman do not foresee a reduction in emissions, but actually an increase in emissions. So through the literature review we conducted, we were able to look into what type of policies are in place in each of these countries. And as a final result, we managed to arrive at some policy proposals that would put the region towards the path for full decarbonization by 2050. To achieve this, we recommended that there's 3 pillars of action needed. The first pillar is actually planning the energy transition, so setting a vision that would where all the countries would carry out similar strategies like the National Energy and Climate Plan that the EU member states undertake. But this would entail availability of considerable amount of statistics in terms of energy indicators for the different sectors of the economy. The second pillar would involve mitigating growth in energy demand in terms of energy efficiency in buildings, for instance, or setting building code standards and so on. So reducing energy demand as a core aspect of decarbonization. And the final pillar where the demand that cannot be reduced should be supplied with low carbon energy sources. So we came up with a policy toolkit. There's no need to look at the specific aspects mentioned here, just to mention that on the top, there's themes related to the mitigating growth in energy demand pillar and the ensuring low carbon energy supply pillar. Whereas on the left-hand side, we have different measures that could, different policies and measures that could cover themes within these 2 pillars. We can see that there's measures that cut across all themes, while there are specific measures that are very highly specific and only target specific aspects of the system. So finally, to conclude, in terms of research, but is connected to and related to the context of CySTEM, we saw through the results of the models that solar thermal technologies have an important role to play in the energy transition. This is especially true in the case of Cyprus, as indicated by the outputs of the research studies. Whereas there's the cost competitiveness of solar thermal technologies has increased, and is more considerably expected to increase in the future, which is very important since it's a technology that would play an important role for decarbonization. In terms of specific CySTEM conclusions, I just wanted to mention that CySTEM contributed to the establishment of the Energy and Planning and Analysis Group within the Energy Division through its provision of human resources to such research activities. The project encouraged and enabled the collaboration of researchers within the Energy Division as well as across the Institute. For instance, the National Energy and Climate Plan studies included input from researchers of the water department of the institute, while there's ongoing activities that could lead to outputs of the future with the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center. Additionally, CySTEM allowed for the pursuit of additional funds to support the long-term sustainability of the relevant research activities, and that would ensure the viability of the energy planning and analysis group. And finally, as a prime example, the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative. Through such initiatives, we were able to network with international partners, and this is an important outcome of the project. And this was the final topic that I wanted to touch on. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Are there any questions? Professor Papanikolaou.
Okay. Very nice presentation, Konstantine. Hearing all the presentations today, one question comes following, if I compare your discussion with the one that Marius showed. We are advocating polygeneration and hybridization. That means that if you use thermal storage, let's say, which is part of CSP, to harmonize and ameliorate the intermittency, let's say, of PV or even wind, how do you draw the boundaries in your diagrams between PV and CSP, or wind and CSP? Because you need both.
Yes, that's true. There's not one technology that can supply everything. There is no perfect technology, at least not at the moment.
No, it's not my question whether you need a basket or a single technology. Everybody agrees you need a basket of technologies, but often a solution is a combination of two technologies or more.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this is an aspect.
They cannot be taken apart.
Yes, this is an aspect that is considered in the model by inputting all the different techno-economic characteristics of the model. So, of the different technologies, I'm sorry. So when we define all the characteristics of the technologies and define the characteristics of the energy services that are needed by the relevant energy system, we were able to arrive at a mix of technologies that best serve the needs of the energy system and keeping the cost of energy services at a low level, as that's how the specific cost optimization model works. Yes.
I would like to comment. My feeling is, Konstantinos, and we need to discuss this more in detail, that what Professor Papanikolaou is saying, that to have a hybrid system is very difficult to consider in this kind of model, and we'll have to, because you will have to, let's say, to consider hybrid, different kinds of hybridization of systems and how they can be included within the system. One possibility is to consider the storage independently and see if you can combine them, but this is not exactly the same either, because when the storage is integrated in the plant, it's not exactly the same like the storage is a part of just, let's say, in the grid. But I really think that this is a challenge for you and for the group to consider.
Basically, what I'm suggesting is that segmenting them the way it's done now does not present the options of cooperation between the different modes. So presumably one way to deal with it is have a CSP, let's say a PV, and then have CSP plus PV as another option, because they are working cooperatively. You cannot parcel them apart. It's a methodological issue. It's not optimizing how much PV and how much CSP, because it's a third option. You have CSP plus PV.
Or different fraction, etc. So it's a complex thing. This is a
complex thing, but this is the trend technologically now, to mix technologies. Anyway, it's a longer discussion. It's just something that I think emerged by hearing all the presentations together.
If there is no other questions, perhaps then we go to the concluding remarks by Professor Panicolaou. So, Professor Panicolaou, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me see how we do this. Well, it was really refreshing to. I mean, I was aware of just about all these activities, but it's also you get a different perspective if you see them presented one after the other in a coherent fashion. And really, it often happens the case when you see day by day, you see what is going on. But when you see it all together, you say, wow, a lot has been accomplished in this period. And it is the case. So we're coming to the end of this project. We are in a fantastic situation. I think we should be very proud of what was accomplished, but also with the burden of responsibility now that we have successfully argued our case. We got a lot of resources, both from European Union, from national resources, from the Cyprus Institute. We have one of the most advanced, I would say, field facilities in the world. Proteas by itself, without counting Fresnel and all the other facilities, is the largest laboratory in Cyprus. It's one of the largest in its field anywhere, and rather unique because of its location. Well, now all this machinery is coming to a cohesion. We have these very ambitious plans that are terminating. Now it looks like by June, if I take Mario's timeline, that many projects of infrastructure will be finished. If I hear Manuel on the overall activities, likewise. Horizon Europe is beginning about the time. Many new initiatives, the European Green Deal, the climate initiative of the Cyprus government are before us. So we have amassed a considerable weaponry to attack decarbonization. So we have, I think, we are in a very privileged position to take it on. This is called return to investment. It's called sustainability and many other things. So I think it's a time to celebrate this long road, which, as I said in the opening talk, basically started in 2014-15 somewhere, and it ends with the end of this miserable year. We hope that like everything else, 2021 is the beginning of a new era for many respects, but also for the energy/decarbonization effort of the Cyprus Institute. So I would like to conclude with this positive note. I would like to congratulate the entire team, and of course, above all, Manuel, and each one of you in the energy group in all three subdivisions for what has been accomplished so far, and ask you, like you did before, to raise to the challenge of the beyond system era. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone also that has participated, and all the attendees, because I see attendees from many different regions of the planet. And this is very interesting, and I will also see some friends there. I also to remind everyone that tomorrow we start the CSP for Climate conference, and I hope that you will also like to attend there. So I don't have any else thing to say. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Professor Papanikolas, and see you.
Thank you. Bye.
See you.